As we approach 250 years of our nation's independence, America is divided. Under President Trump's leadership, we are finally approaching a turning point.
We were a country that was dead. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way.
Or are we dissolving into chaos? Soon, the president will deliver his fourth State of the Union address. But tonight isn't just about politics or a win-loss tally. It's about whether a country ordered toward truth, family, and freedom can survive. Government is instituted by God, not to replace the church, not to raise children, and not to engineer equality of outcomes, but to reward good, restrain evil, and to preserve order. Its authority is real, but limited. And in a nation drifting from foundations, Americans don't have the luxury of political apathy. Tonight, Blaze Media issues a powerful reminder. The church isn't a voting bloc, it's a moral witness. Faith decides the moment. Strategy wins. And we shape the future. Welcome to Blaze Media's 2026 State of the Union coverage. Tonight, I'm joined by Allie, Beth, Stuckey, Blaze TV host of Relatable, Steve Deace, Blaze TV host of, luckily named the Steve Deace Show, and Jack Posobiec, he is of Human Events Daily. It's a pivotal moment for President Trump as he's racked up some meaningful victories over the years, as we've been watching, but plenty of his supporters are frustrated about the pace of deportations and economic pressures and DOJ missteps. With the midterms around the corner, he needs to convince voters that momentum is firmly on our side. Let's open up the discussion. What do you want to hear from the president? Allie, start with you.
You know, I think the president and DHS has done such a good job over the past couple of weeks showing the human side of the illegal immigration debate. We know that progressives really monopolize the propaganda war, especially when it comes to pulling on the strings of compassion, what I call that toxic empathy, using women's emotions to convince them that the only moral position is a progressive one. And I've been saying, and obviously there's a lot of people who agree with this, that, okay, but we need to show that there is another human side to this. It's not just the illegal aliens that are getting deported that you might feel bad for, but hey, Christians, like Laken Riley is also your neighbor that you are supposed to love. These people who have been preventably killed by these illegal aliens, we need to care about them too. I expect more of that from Trump tonight, but also some tough talk, because I like that too.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned after that intro, Allie, that Hillary Clinton's going to yell at you again.
I want her to yell at me again.
Okay,
that was one of the best days of my life.
That was incredible.
How can I get Hillary Clinton to yell at me?
I know.
How can I do that?
I know.
I'm like, how do I get Hillary Clinton to sell my book?
Right?
I've got a brand new.
A dream come true.
Right?
Save some chicks for the rest of us, Allie.
Seriously.
Okay? Yes.
Steve, watching the speech tonight, this is a big one for Donald Trump. What's he going to do?
You know, I want to come out of this and roll the clock back to around the 1st of October of last year. And we had come out of the most viewed murder in human history, the most high-profile martyring of a believer in human history. And we had Charlie's Memorial, which was the largest proclamation in terms of audience volume of the gospel in the history of the church. And I think we had unprecedented unity coming out of that. And that unity was transcended. It transcended our political similarities because we were united around a shared faith and value system. And I don't think it's any coincidence at all that we have seen forces of divisiveness. And hey, I get accused of being divisive because I like a good argument as much as the next guy. But when I have an argument, it's to push a value. What we've had, the kind of divisiveness we've had since has been all nihilistic in nature. It's been deconstructive. And I hope that the loudest voice that we have in President Trump, the loudest bully pulpit that we have in the presidency, I would like to see him tonight cast a vision. I'm not worried about normies right now. Whether the economy turns around is going to determine a lot about how normies will vote later in the year. Right now, I want to see our base and our side and our team get back on point, back on message, united around a shared vision and value system that is starkly contrasted from what Democrats want to do to the country. I want us to put us back to where we were last fall.
Are we too splintered right now for that to
That's
happen?
why,
in
and that's why I think we need his voice.
Yeah.
All right, he's the general. He's swinging the biggest stick. He's got the biggest brand, and I think that there are some subtle hints that we're going to get that tonight. For example, inviting Erica Kirk to come and be his guest at the State of the Union. With everything that's been going on there, with Candace Owens and everything else over the last few months, I think that is at the very least a subtle point that the time for this chicanery was long past at an end. All right, and it is time to get back to winning, and we win when we are united behind a shared vision, and I hope that he casts that tonight.
Jack, what do you think?
Well, Steve, I certainly agree with what you said there, and thank you for bringing up Charlie and being such a voice for Erica. I love the fact that she's going to be there, and the president's going to be giving her this platform to be on, because we know so many of the times that people think about the speech. It's almost like the guests become more important than the speech in a way. Who's going to be there? We know Team USA is going to be there as well. That's another huge. When you speak to uniting, I think that this shared idea that, hey, we can all be American. There's been so many questions lately. What is an American? What is nationalism? Should we all be for this? And Aaron, who is going to be on here later, came on my show earlier today, and we said it's this. It's just supporting your country against other countries and competing for your country and not competing for communist China. That's what it's about, to be united. And for people who want to stand against that, who want to turn Charlie's legacy into just some kind of thing that it never was, right? And I don't put words into Charlie's mouth. If people want to go see his clips and his body of work, it's all there. It's the most easily accessible thing that anyone can find. And so I love the fact that Erica's going to be there. I also love the fact that one of the pieces that I know that President Trump is going to talk about is this threat of political violence, which unfortunately has continued since Charlie's murder, which really was a part of a pattern that we've seen for a long time, transgender and transgender-related violence that has continued, unfortunately, and really gone unabated. I think it's one of the biggest scourges, not just politically, but this specific strain of the violence. It keeps happening again and again and again, and it's almost gotten to the point where when we see one of these shootings, we're just waiting for that first crack in the dam of some local report, like the guy up in Rhode Island. Oh, and the shooter was wearing a dress, and then we know exactly how the rest of the story is going to go. And yet, as a country, we used to address things like this head on. We used to have a problem with serial killers in this country, and we created the FBI behavioral units and behavioral science, and there's TV shows and movies and about this. Silence of the Lambs is about this, which also features a certain killer, Buffalo Bill, who has a certain affliction that I think we all know, and recently apologized for it, by the way. So, which is amazing, right? Oh, we're so sorry for the portrayal. But this type of political violence is one of the biggest dangers, and it starts with the divisiveness that you say, that eventually people start saying, well, if I can't stop someone's speech that I disagree with, I've got to stop it by, through soft power. I've got to do it through physical means, kinetic power, and that's where it starts. And that's the biggest problem of all, I think, facing us. Because when we're united, when we're all on the same front, we can do anything. We can do absolutely anything.
Let's keep going on this political violence thing for a second, because we were talking about, you brought up, it was October. I mean, it feels, the pace of the news right now, I think throws our perspective off completely. And while
there was an assassination attempt this weekend.
This is what I was going to go to. Yeah, let's do this, because I knew we had ADD. I knew we were on our phones too much, and we were, things. Oh yeah, put that away.
Hold on a second.
I knew that's where the country was. I don't think I ever thought we'd get to a place where attempted assassinations of the President of the United States are now like blurbs on page 18. I mean, how many times we've now seen 3 major ones, right? And recently at Mar-a-Lago, if you missed this story, which would be understandable, honestly, the way the news media is working right now, a man tried to break into Mar-a-Lago. He had a gun. Luckily, President Trump wasn't there. We don't know how that would have turned out. He wound up, luckily, thank you to Secret Service, they took him out. But this would be the only story we talked about for how long if this happened 5 years, 10 years ago. Now it's a story that kind of rolls on by, and at least the allegations initially were this person was perhaps inspired by what he's heard from the left about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. And then today, at the State of the Union, what are the Democrats doing but bringing the Jeffrey Epstein victims in there to try to make Trump feel like this was his fault somehow? encouraging all that talk. I mean, this seems utterly backwards.
Well, there are so many indications in what you talked about that we're in a soul-sick state in America. And that includes everyone. That's not even a political statement in that unless a bullet is actually grazing his ear or is making contact with the skin, it just doesn't become a story. And all of us in one way or another, intentionally or not, have kind of contributed to that 24-minute news cycle that if it's not actively bleeding, then it's just not interesting enough for us to talk about. I mean, I recorded a show today. I didn't even talk about that actually, and I didn't think about it until you brought it up. And, you know, that's not even an indictment on me or anyone else. It's just the way it is. And also, you bringing up the Jeffrey Epstein thing, of course, all of us here, we care about justice for those victims. Sure. We want everyone to be brought to justice who was involved in any kind of criminal activity with Jeffrey Epstein. But just a reminder for everyone that the Democrats have been dismissing that as a conspiracy theory for years. When we were talking about Bill Gates being involved with Jeffrey Epstein, which seems to be pretty confirmed, we don't know on what level at this point, but they were dismissing that as something that was just QAnon, wasn't really a big deal, something that Republicans were using to distract from the real problems of the economy or whatever. And now they're pretending to care about these victims just because it means they could possibly get Trump with that. That is really sick. I actually think that it would be more moral for them to just ignore the victims altogether than to use them as political pawns.
It is really ugly and so transparent, right? Like, I mean, obviously they were trying to use everything they could to get Donald Trump for 4 years, had all this information, didn't do anything with it. Now all of a sudden they care, Steve. And I don't know, I look at our society, we're not reading. You know, I think we listen to like an 8-minute podcast. We think we're going deep on a deep dive. Like, that's most of the country right now. I don't know. How do we solve these problems?
We're kind of in an epistemological nightmare and nuclear winter as a culture right now. We're kind of in a post-truth culture now. And on top of that, we've lost total and complete faith in all of our institutions. And so when you look at what trends for news, I mean, when I was a kid, I know people would laugh at this now, but I was heavy conspiracy buff as a kid.
Oh, really?
I mean, I read every book on the JFK assassination you could imagine.
Yeah.
All right. The first movie I ever, other than a Star Wars movie or Superman movie, the first time I saw a movie more than once in a theater was Oliver Stone's JFK. I went and saw that in the theater 4 times. I sat through all 3 hours, for 4. I mean, I couldn't get enough of it. And now we look at, just days after the president got shot the first time, some rando with a Ukraine fetish ends up on his private golf outing that wasn't on his public schedule in a place where he could take another shot at him. How did he get there? How did this guy penetrate the external security at Mar-a-Lago? How did that happen? And these are the kind, for decades, we obsessed with every detail of the Kennedy assassination, and literally we are watching, quasi reenactments of it now in our daily life, and it doesn't get our attention. I mean, think about the UFO issue, the amount of obsession over this. All right, now we've had a former and a current president saying the last week, hey, aliens are real, and/or I'm going to release all the files on it, and people are like, cool story, bro. I mean, have you checked on your NBA fantasy team? And I think this gets to some of the divisiveness that I alluded to as well in the last time I spoke. The drama is what attracts us now more than truth. We're attracted to the drama and the melodrama more than the truth. We want and it's almost as if we view truth as kind of unattainable as a people anymore. And I hate to bring it back to Charlie again, but you go back to his funeral, and that was his memorial and what happened to him. And that was kind of like a collective wake-up call to the culture, like, this is for real. This is like the destiny of nations kind of stuff is being decided here. It's not just a meme. It's not just for clicks. It's not just to serve the god of the algorithm. And we were kind of beginning to wake up and realize that. And then we have kind of fallen right back into that slumber again of, I just want the drama. I mean, I kind of feel like if we arrested 10 people off the Epstein list, if in the middle of this we broke in and Cash is like, hey, I just took out 10 guys, all right, they're in orange jumpsuits, like the scene in The Dark Knight when they indict the entire mob in one sitting, I think it would get cool, and then it would go right back to speculation about who didn't you get, and who wasn't in there, and what's been redacted, and I think the drama and the sort of Gnostic, incessant asking of questions, but with no intent or hope of actually coming to truth. My biggest fear is we seem to be way more attracted to that than the truth in almost any circumstance.
Before we move off this topic, Jack, you were as close to this this year, when we talk about political violence as anybody, you were in the middle of this and dealing with the people who were victims and close to the victims on a day-to-day basis. What is this? I mean, what has the past 6 months been like for you?
You know, my standard response when somebody asks me that question at this point is just, ask me in a year. I don't really even know how to contextualize it. In just being honest, it's kind of hard to. There's nothing you can compare it to. It's never happened before. But to Steve's point, which phenomenal point, is because we've become so much of we're a vibes-based culture now more than a truth-based culture. So, to your point is, we had the memorial, but the thing for Erica and for those kids, this isn't just a news cycle for them. And by the same token, for Lake and Riley and any other victim of violence, be it illegal alien or other, right, that's your whole life. That's 2 kids that are never going to see their father again, right? This side of heaven. And so it's not just that Charlie was robbed from them in that moment, it's that every single moment that they would have had with their father, we went through Christmas, Erica had a birthday, Valentine's Day, the kids have birthdays, and there's no dad, right? And there's just never going to be a father there in their life. And I'm not saying there aren't going to be family around. They do have a strong family. But point being is you can't replace dad. Nobody could. And you do what you can. You try to be a good friend. There's no playbook for anything like that. And then you're under this weird lens of scrutiny where every single thing you say or do is hyper scrutinized, hyper criticized, when and I'm not trying to whine or complain or anything. I'm just being honest. There's no truth to it. But look, what did we do? We put together just in the last couple of weeks this response to the halftime show of Bad Bunny, and we put so much work into that. We put so much work into the memorial, put so much work into AmFest, because when I sit back and just from my perspective, it's, okay, well, do you want to sit there and go point by point and respond to every little stupid thing that somebody wants to say? And it's that's just a race to the bottom, obviously. And, I do try, Tyler Robinson, for example, had a hearing today in his court trial. His defense team is trying yet another delay tactic because they literally have no evidence to support their side. So they're trying to delay. They're trying to get the prosecutors kicked off the case. The judge ruled against them, by the way, on that. Thank God, because it was just blatantly ridiculous what they were saying. They were trying to say because one of the prosecutors in the office, his daughter was in the audience at Utah Valley. They were trying to say this biased the prosecutors so that they filed charges so quickly, and they sought the death penalty, such a harsh penalty, because one of their own, daughters were there. And I love what the judge said in response, and I'd love to share that because it's so important of just, as you say, kind of grounding us back in reality. He said, prosecutors should have a bias towards victims. That's the whole point of justice. The whole point of justice is that you want to be biased towards the victims. And if the prosecutor has a rightful belief and a truthful belief that this person, based on the preponderance of evidence, has committed this crime and that you're going to bring these charges, that it is their right and in fact their duty to seek the harshest and most appropriate level of penalty for that crime. And he said, that's what I see here. That's what I see evidence of being done here. And the fact that you had a family member that was a victim, it doesn't change that person's inherent duty. And I loved hearing the judge say that and put that in the ruling, because it's just not something we hear anymore. An actual search for justice as opposed to a search for drama and cliques and e-drama and infighting and all the rest of it. Divisiveness is what is actual justice. And it was a great, I feel, reordering in that sense. And so, we're covering that and doing stuff like the halftime show where, we got just an incredible amount of views on that. 40 million households that we know of, at least in the first 24 hours. And that's not with the Nielsen little multiplier. They have a see, they use a multiplier with their numbers. That's how they get Bad Bunny up to like 120 million or something.
Yeah.
Right? We don't have a multiplier on ours.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think when I see stuff like that, and when I see stuff like the response to Team USA, Alyssa Liu, I actually think that there's a huge amount of people out there who are just sick of the divisiveness in politics and they just want to root for America.
I think that's very much true. It's also amazing with all the political violence that we've been witnessing over the past year that we're still the ones that are called violent by the media all the time. It's always us. It's a right-wing violence problem that we're supposedly dealing with. I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to talk about one of the issues we always see at the top of the polls when we're looking at biggest concerns of the American people, cost of living. The president, may celebrate some falling prices, some high stock market values. Many in the Gen Z audience still are kind of feeling the pinch, and this, was something that Charlie Kirk was extremely vocal on in the months prior to his passing. Take a look.
Young people are using a thing called BNPL, which is buy now, pay later. It's a financing operation, essentially, to be able to pay for groceries, pay for concert tickets, and it's a way to bypass the traditional credit card companies. Young people are getting into debt, serious debt, while they're 20, 21, 22 years old. They're bankrupting themselves. If you have a generation that does not own stuff, then all of a sudden, political radicalization starts to seep in.
I want to talk about the president's approach tonight when it comes to the affordability issue. Because I feel like when you're in a situation like the president is in, you have two ways that you can kind of go. One is to say, you're the new coach, you took over a bad situation, the team was bad, and you've tried to turn things around. We're not quite there yet, we're not to the playoffs yet, we're improving things though bit by bit, and you're gonna start feeling that more in the coming year. You can go that direction, or you can go like, we've achieved everything. We have the Lombardi Trophy, it's over, it's the golden age, right? I saw the video they released earlier today, the White House, and it kind of seemed like they were going to go down the golden age sort of trail. And I think the president has a lot to be proud of in this first year. I think there's a lot of good things. Is that the right approach, though, to this audience?
No, I think the former approach that you articulated, that, hey, we're making headway, but if you don't feel it, there's a good reason for that, and you will start to feel it in the coming year, would actually be appreciated by a lot of people, young people included, but because you're not going to fool people into feeling good about how much they're spending about things. You're not going to lie to them about what's in their bank account. Now, we could have Dave Ramsey on here and really do an audit of everything that they're spending their money on and all of that. But in general, I think people just want to feel like they've got a little bit more flexibility. And I think the honest approach is a much better way to go. I don't think he's going to take that approach. This is not something that we've seen from Trump, that I'm trying, but I'm just not there yet, and we're overcoming some things. I don't think that it behooves them, though, to say that we've accomplished everything, everything is great, now act like it. I do think they'll go that direction, but I don't think it's in their best interest.
Yeah, because Steve, I feel like that's what Biden tried, right? Like Biden tried, hey, this is Bidenomics, and Bidenomics is working. And if you go to the American people and say, hey, you just don't understand how good you have it, I feel like people are going to reject that message.
Listen, we all have strengths and weaknesses and environments and message and a certain kind of messaging and skill set we excel at. I've been asked many times why I didn't become a pastor. And it's because, and my answer has always been, you guys only see me when I speak in front of a pulpit. That's the easiest part of this job. It's the other parts of this job I don't want to do. I don't want to answer your call at 3 a.m. I don't want to go to the hospital. All right? That's the hard work of when the pastor gets to Sunday in the pulpit, that's his vacation. It's all the other stuff he does all week long that I don't want to do, I don't have the heart to do, and that's why I do this and not that, right? Do not ask Donald Trump to give the "I feel your pain" speech. That's not who he is. You're talking about arguably the greatest single salesman and pitchman in the history of America, arguably. He's on a Mount Rushmore of branders and pitchmen with, P.T. Barnum and the like. So that's not the guy that goes in and says, we're giving it our all. That's not what he does. That's why I said earlier, to me, casting a vision that transcends the current economic and political reality. Because the truth of the matter is, if the economy turns around at the kitchen table the way that he hopes that it does, all the messaging that we're complaining about right now and wish would have been better in February won't matter to people because the results are what they are. And then if the results are not what we want them to be in June, July, and August, that sets the environment for the midterms, then it won't matter if he showed empathy now, of the good kind, okay? Because the results will not line up with what people want, right? So that's why I would instead of trying to message to the circumstance, I would try to rise above the circumstance. I mean, if I was writing the president's speech tonight, it would be big themes. Good versus evil, freedom versus tyranny, Marxism versus liberty. Huge, I'd sell a vision. He's at his best when he is affirmatively selling something. And then the American people respond when they buy into what it is that he is selling. So give him something that he's going to sell. It's in his nature. He's going to sell. So then give him something to sell that the people will buy. And I think his vision for America, even if we haven't realized it yet, is that's the biggest selling point he has to contrast with our opposition. And that's the meta speech that I'd have him giving tonight, way more than your typical State of the Union, we're going to cure cancer, and we're going to do this, and we go on for 2 hours with a laundry list. I would stand up there almost like an inaugural speech. And I would give a big, bold casting of a vision in contrast with what the left wants. And we would implement this vision right now, but they're the ones stopping us from doing it. They don't even think that you ought to have photo ID to vote, let alone preserve what's,
right.
What's the last best hope for humanity this side of heaven. That's the kind of stuff I'd be writing in the speech tonight.
Something as audacious as Marco Rubio's speech, obviously not philosophical. He doesn't have to go through the history of our shared heritage with Europe and Western civilization. But that, which would not have been radical 20, 40 years ago, was radical. Like, there are people who are adults in America today who have never heard that. They've never heard that vision for America. They've never heard about the shared foundation and the origin of human rights and our Christian history as Americans. That is completely foreign to them. That's why I love Pete Hegseth and things that he says. They're going to call you a fascist Christian nationalist no matter what. Don't worry about what that side is going to say. They're going to call you divisive and hateful and tyrannical no matter what. Cast a vision for the people who can be persuaded. I completely agree with Steve there. Let it be audacious. Let it be completely counter to what people are used to hearing. Let it be unapologetically truthful, unapologetically just and Western and Christian. That's what I want to hear. The balance, yes, compassion, a human side of things with some really tough talk about law and order and getting the bad guys. I love that kind of thing. And I think that gets most people excited. That's why most movies are written about, getting the bad guy. Yeah. So that transcends politics. So cast that vision of good versus evil. Totally agree with what Steve said.
We need Allie, Beth, Stuckey movie reviews.
Yes.
There we go. Braveheart, best movie.
We judge the film by at the end, did they get the bad guy? Did the bad guy get it? Yes.
Well, and there are big political...
Unless you got a franchise, then, to be continued.
That's true.
That could be around the
Got to have
corner.
an after credit scene. He's still there, though.
That's why we don't watch franchises.
Yes.
Hot take.
You have these big speeches in some of these movies. That's what you remember from them, though, right? The big themes, the big, hope, aspiration for the future. It's not like some policy speech. That would be a very boring movie. What should he do on this issue?
Well, so this is where, I think going into this State of the Union, I actually think the president is in a tough spot because there's a situation going on right now where, of course, the White House wants to do all these things. They want to cast that vision. They want to have these themes. They want to be able, because think of it, this is going to be the last time that the President of the United States addresses the nation as a whole until the midterms. So you're not going to get the same amount of ratings, the same amount of scrutiny, the same with all the network attention. And it's kind of like, this is the reason that debates are so important during the campaign, because that's the only thing that both sides actually tune into, right? So that's why for Joe Biden, it was the disaster, because you have this mass, non-political audience that tunes in. So they are only going to hear a couple of different things. But the challenge here is that he's just sent 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. And we know the F-22s have landed in Israel. We know that the Ford is making its way through the Mediterranean. It crossed through the Strait of Gibraltar on Friday. And so he's basically put this sword of Damocles over Iran's head right now. And it's hanging up there. And he's said, and I was with him on Thursday, I had the honor of being on Air Force One and traveling with the president to the Board of Peace and then down to the Georgia stop that we went on. And as amazing as those are, and as much work as the White House is doing, it's just going to be overshadowed because so many people are going to want to know, Are we going to war with Iran? Are we going to start bombing? Are we going to see something? We've seen this massive military buildup that we haven't seen since the likes of the war on terror. And my view is that creates a huge challenge for the White House, because everybody's going to be waiting to hear, hey, are you going to drop bombs during the speech? Or is this something that's going to happen this weekend? What's the plan? And that's the situation that they're in. So that's what they're going to have to be fighting against if they want to get any of this stuff across.
That would have been an amazing moment. Trump does like drama. I don't think he's going to go that
I mean,
dramatic.
I'll say that if anyone were to do it, it'd be him.
Very much true. Hey, we're like an hour away from the speech right now. So we are in the middle of the big countdown. If you're watching right now on YouTube, Facebook, or X, you want to go deeper with us, this is exactly why we have Blaze TV. It's why Blaze TV exists. As soon as Trump's State of the Union starts, we're going to be kicking off a backstage stream exclusively on Blaze TV, where you can hear our commentary live. We'll be making fun of all the Democrats in the audience. We will be commenting on President Trump's speech as it goes, live commentary. And once the speech ends, we'll be taking questions exclusively from Blaze TV subscribers. You can be part of this. It's a great group to be a part of, and right now you can save $40 on your Blaze TV subscription. Use the promo code SOTU40. Go to blazetv.com and use the code SOTU40 to save $40 right now. The official Democrat response will come from Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, a moderate. I'm told over and over again.
Totally.
She's a moderate. She's a moderate Democrat that does moderate
God.
things.
Could you imagine if she was a radical?
Oh my goodness! I mean, imagine what
if
she
was
would
progressive.
do. Yeah.
I mean,
imagine if she do that. She'd do all the things she's currently doing.
What you do when your Che Guevara AI fails you.
Yeah, exactly.
You go to Abigail Spanberger.
So Spanberger is going to give this response. We also have a response in Spanish from Senator Alex Padilla. Sara Gonzales is a Blaze TV host. She's, of course, the host of Sara Gonzales Unfiltered. She joins us from outside the Capitol right now, where the real action is taking place. A protest hosted by, of all people, Joy Reid. Sara, what on earth is happening?
Well, yeah, thanks for letting me come here with you. So first of all, I'm missing the Texas weather. It is not sunny here. It is actually very cold. And what is behind me is a very small stage with the likes of Joy Reid, Adam Schiff, and some others taking some photo ops before allegedly they're going to take the stage. What we have seen is the organization who has put this event together is passing out these signs for people to hold. Now there are some homemade signs, and these are very creative. There are some that say simply "impeach" on cardboard. There are some that say Trump is death, was my favorite one. Trump is death. I'm not quite sure how or why, but a pretty small turnout here at the National Mall as we wait for Joy Reid to speak. Apparently she didn't get the hint when MSDNC fired her. She decided to give it another go. So we'll see what's going to happen here tonight.
Am I, because I'm glad you brought that up, Sara. Am I forgetting reality here? Wasn't Joy Reid the person that was too insane for MSNBC? Now the Democrats are saying this is who we want to represent us?
Apparently so. Apparently Joy Reid is the answer to President Trump's State of the Union tonight. So much so that several senators latched onto this event. Like I said, they're up on stage right now taking their photo opportunities. I have to imagine they're not going to stay very long because of how cold it is. But yes, apparently Joy Reid, too radical for MSDNC, but just radical enough for the actual Democrat Party. We've heard a lot of shrill screaming from mentally ill white women here tonight. Yeah, it's getting, there's a lot of masks, COVID masks here. It is exactly what you would expect here on the ground. Resist the Nazi KKK GOP agenda. There are a lot of human rights flags. Just there's a lot going on here. None of it good.
And I would assume a lot of misspelled words as well. How many?
Yes.
We're getting a picture behind you, Sara. How big is that crowd? It doesn't look very large. Is it misleading just from your angle, or what? It looks like there's 40 people there.
Oh, yeah. No, maybe 100, 150. There's not a lot. I mean, we walked up. There's probably more media than there are actual participants in this. And like I said, the participants who are here aren't even really sure, why they're here. They have these signs that they're being handed. There are several iterations of that. Oh, that's okay. What's your sign say?
Don't erase us.
Can't erase us. Is Donald Trump trying to erase you?
as a queer person,
Yeah.
I feel as though Donald Trump poses a distinct threat to queer identities around the country because we are unable to fully express ourselves without fear of
As
being
you're fully expressing yourself.
harmed, both socially and legally.
What is the policy that harms queer people?
I think there are a lot right now. There are a lot of incursions nationally on queer bodies and what we're able to do to...
What do you mean by incursions?
Incursions meaning there are a lot of limitations right now on what queer people can do with their bodies. I know that it's a...
Like they can't chop off their body parts?
It's a frequent talking point to discuss chopping off body parts. As an adult myself who is also not transgender, I can't really say that that applies to me whatsoever. I do fear for children because I know many, having grown up in many queer communities, that that's not really what's going on. Children aren't being allowed to chop off their body parts. Some are being allowed to use hormone blockers, which there are varying studies on, but mostly hormone blockers have been used for decades. And
To sterilize an entire generation?
certainly not, actually. Puberty blockers have been used in children for decades who have puberty disorders or who have challenges otherwise. They are safe. They are...
Yeah, I appreciate your time, ma'am. The detransitioners would they would disagree with you.
Less than 1% of
They would disagree with you. So anyway, so these are the buzzwords that we're hearing here at the Joy Reid rally.
I'm like more nervous than the end of an overtime in a Super Bowl right now watching you do that interview. Sarah, that was incredible. An amazing moment, as usual. Sara Gonzales, live in D.C. Stay warm and keep us updated, and please stay safe out there.
I'll do my best, no promises.
Okay. This is, what a moment that was. Allie, you mentioned it.
That was a great moment. And she just walked into that. Sarah did a great job of trying to hold her feet to the fire. Really, that's a great example of what you should do whenever you're talking to a progressive. People always ask me, what do I say when? No, you should ask, what do you mean by? What do you mean by blank? Because most of the time they don't actually know. They're just recycling talking points that they've heard and they can't give you a lot of substance.
Yeah, I mean, I think she actually had more substance than the typical leftist I've
She
seen
had
in these
big
videos.
words.
She had big words. She had the.
She had big words. That's not
well,
substance.
you don't seem to be at all concerned with queer bodies, and I don't like that at all.
Let alone the incursions against them.
That's
Encourage,
true.
thank you.
I mean, now we're
dude.
dude. Having substance is quoting the Marvel Cinematic Universe with the
Yeah.
term
Yes.
incursions.
Yes.
Okay, against the time-space continuum.
Just don't get
Yes.
her in
Right.
front of Gavin Newsom. He'll be like, I got 920 SAT. I don't know what's incursion.
I want to go back to the children growing up in queer communities and the way. So wait a minute. So are the children already queer, or is the community playing a role here? Like, what were you just saying right there?
How would children know what a queer community is?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not supposed to
so
be
many
saying that.
So many follow-up questions. No,
Yeah.
I kind of love her. I have to admit too that I love Joy Reid. I love her so much. I love her to death. I
gives
can't
us
get enough of her.
content.
I have like a burner account on TikTok that I use sometimes, and I just I follow like Joy Reid and like all my favorite MSNBC or former MSDNC people, because it's the best content out there.
Do you have the same
Wow.
feeling that I have about Jasmine Crockett? I
Oh my
freaking love
gosh,
myself
yes.
some Jasmine Crockett.
Yes.
I love her. All day long.
Phenomenal.
I just asked my producers if we can try to get her on.
Yes.
Because I feel like it'd be a fun conversation.
Oh my God, that would be incredible. I
Yeah.
would absolutely love that. It would be the most fun I think we could ever have. I want her to win every nomination for the Democrats in every race till the end of time. That's what I
Ever.
want. Speaking of just enjoying the moment for a second, Trump loves this stuff, right? I think there are some presidents in our history who are like, oh, I don't want to do that speech. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have to go through that process. That is not Donald Trump. He gets in these moments, and I feel like he lights up. This is not him doing some boring speech at like a factory that he doesn't really want to do or whatever. This is him in his element. And, you could see it. He gets into a vibe, and he will just go. Is that the right way? Because when I see that, that's what I see for Donald Trump. Is that what you guys say?
Yeah, I'm going to say something, and it's not the most positive thing ever. I think that we're going to see his age a little bit. I think that we're going to notice that he might be a little bit tired, maybe a little bit slower in his cadence than usual. I mean, obviously, he has much more stamina than most people his age. I think he's doing a great job as president, but I wonder if there will be a couple moments where we're like, We're noticing that it's not maybe the same Donald Trump as a few years ago. I hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple times like that.
What do you expect, Steve?
I'm way more concerned about when we go off the cuff, what gets said and how, because of what you just said. And when he does, there's a lot for me, and you know I'm a sports guy, so I use all the sports analogies.
Yes.
There's a lot for me with Trump. No, bad shot, good shot, good shot.
Right.
Good shot. I do that a lot.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, don't take that shot. I mean, the shot clock's way too early. We don't need to shoot it from 30 feet. It goes in, great shot, knew it all along, right? Then the next time it doesn't go in, I told you, don't shoot that shot, right? And so I think I look back at his convention speech. The first 20, 30 minutes of that speech was theater. As he tapped into the energy coming off his assassination attempt. And then we got like an hour into it, and you're like, then we're like an hour and 20 minutes into, you're like, it's a good thing people only watch the first 30 minutes of a convention speech, right? And because I do agree with you, this is the spotlight that most people want to shun from. He was born for these kinds of moments, right? And I think he also probably is aware that he's not going to have these kinds of, father time comes for everybody. It's going to be term limited out. How many times are you going to get? Jack, you said yourself this may be the last time between now and the midterms that he has a captive audience of the American people. So I do think on one hand, you want to make sure he gets everything off his chest that needs to be said, but you also want to make sure that we're not sitting here and the crowd is not cheering for a fourth encore. We did Stairway to Heaven 3 times. We got it. We're good. And we even fit in Freebird, time to go home, right? Yes.
So let's look at some of the big issues. We talked a little bit about the economy and general affordability. What we hear a lot, too, is this issue of housing affordability. The median age of the first-time home buyer right now is rising to about 40 years old. When we're talking about younger people, people who are coming into the economic world for the first time, what sort of pressure does this put on these families as they're coming through this, trying to maybe build the family that we're talking about and the life that we all hope for, but they can't seem to cross that line? I hear that from people all the time.
Yeah. You know, there's no doubt that it is harder in a lot of ways to buy a home than it used to be, especially like when my parents were young. But I also think for a variety of reasons, maybe because of access to social media and just good old comparison, that our standards as young people are a lot higher than, say, my parents were. My parents talk about they lived in a little rundown house, and then their upgrade was the double wide trailer that they actually bought themselves, and they were willing to tough it out. My mom still has nightmares about the cockroaches that infested that place. And I'm not saying that everyone just needs to be okay with, living in a trailer. I understand all of the considerations there. But I think that we're in denial if we say that doesn't play a part, is that everyone wants to understandably live in a nice neighborhood, in a nice part of town, and walking distance to downtown that has new hardwood floors. And so I'm not criticizing anyone. I just think that plays a part in the conversation of affordability.
Steve?
I think that this ties into the Iran conversation that you talked about, Jack, earlier. And, I'm at the age now where I'm 10 minutes away from a perpetual Gran Torino scowl, right? and whenever I hear, I can't get it, I'm the old man who says, if you consider a job, like a job is the solution to everything, But I have a son that I'm launching into manhood. And he grew up for 18 years in my home, so I know for a fact that soft and lazy was not an acceptable disposition, and so does he. And so when I hear him say, wait a minute, I got to make 25 grand a year to get an apartment that, is somewhat safe in a decent neighborhood and have a car where I'm not embarrassed to pick up a girl in. How do we do that? Okay. He's having these existential conversations, and then he wants to know then, okay, well, we didn't secure the borders of Minneapolis, but we're going to secure the borders of Iran, right? And these are the conversations that are happening a lot with our young men. And we have to have some really good answers for them as to why it is very likely, unless we are truly living in a golden age, as Trump forecasts, that they're going to be the first generation in American history that will not inherit the promises of the previous generation, but all of their debt at the exact same time. And I think there's a lot of concern, and I've voiced those concerns myself, about the rise of voices like Fuentes and others, But I think when we're in a society where a young man is going to struggle to find a non-feminist woman to date, going to struggle to afford a home, going to struggle to afford a car, but hey, we just deployed the largest fleet since 2003 to Iran. When we told you last June we obliterated their nuclear program, turns out we didn't. So we have to go back and do it again and even harder. I think we do have to understand when we have that incongruency of messaging, it doesn't matter how many platforms you ban Nick Fuentes from, young men are going to look for voices like that might fill in the blanks as to think why these things don't make sense. And I do think that's, again, where the president could cast a larger and wider vision tonight, Jack, to kind of transcend these issues and arguments that we're having all over the country, including on our own side.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Because, and I'll hear this a lot too when people say, oh, well, in the 1980s it was this way, and in the 1960s, well, it's not that time anymore, right? And you look at the foreign-born population, the massive influx of illegal immigration and the legal under variety of circumstances, cases that have come into this country that have put massive pressure on the housing market, massive pressure on the supply. You've got so much demand for this, and at the same time, what does that huge population, possibly as many 50 million or more, what does it also put a huge pressure on? Wages. It puts, so if you're entering the workforce, guess what? You're not just competing with the kids from your town, you're competing with the kids from whatever country has brought their people into your town. If you're in Springfield, Ohio, you're competing against 15,000 Haitians that are willing to work for peanuts because they're just happy to be here. And so those pathways to success, those pathways to achievement, to going from working class to middle class, which we as conservatives, Thomas Sowell's, his entire career writing about this, a lot of those pathways are becoming narrower and narrower because the pressures are harder. And I think that's something that as conservatives, and I'd certainly, give this advice, to the White House team, speak to that, right? Speak to that as opposed to just saying like, oh, well, the stock market's doing well and we're hitting 50K and, 50,000, everyone should be great. They don't have stocks. They're not invested in the stock market. And the Trump accounts are great, but that's not going to come online for anyone for another 18 years. People aren't going to be seeing that money. So that's not something tangible that they're going to be able to get and put in their pockets today. And to your point, right, the more that they hear of, wars and rumors of wars, and this is something, going back, Politico, is kind of calling around asking us about, Iran and Charlie and bringing up some of his old quotes about this from, and when I say old, it was, June of last year, so like not that old, when this very same debate was going on. And I said, look, I think the quotes speak for themselves, and Charlie was saying the things that he was because he spends 4 hours a day on campus talking to Gen Z, and that's what they tell him.
I guess you could solve all these problems with VR glasses and AI girlfriends. We could go down that road, which it seems
Finally.
like what our society is actually doing.
Happily married. Sorry.
So let's talk about the emptiness of all of this, because I think there is part of the complaints that we hear, I think, from younger generations. It's not just about housing, right? Like, it's not just about affordability. These are symptoms of something missing, right? President Trump has done a really good job, I think, protecting religious liberty. He's not going to be out there, I think, with a, he's not going to sound like Steve Deace, preaching from the pulpit. But he's done a great job as far as that goes. But this isn't necessarily a policy problem, right? A lot of our problems go deeper than that. How can we solve those bigger problems?
Yeah, and we're seeing such interesting data. I think all of us have probably talked about that a lot of men in America are going back to church. Specifically, they are finding hope and fulfillment, responsibility, and Christianity. We love to see that. But in addition to faith, the other thing that brings stability and meaning to someone's life is marriage and family. So as we see women going the exact opposite direction, statistically running away from church, going to brunch instead of to Sunday school, well, that second mode or that second source of meaning is going to get rarer and rarer, even for those men who are going back to Christianity. Because if they're truly in Christ, they are not going to be wanting to date the secular progressive feminist girl. So that means that it's going to be more difficult than it was in generations past, where you could just easily find a girl at church, get married to her, have kids. Not impossible. And let me just give a little bit of advice, because I have Gen Z on my team. And I was telling, so this is how I put them on the spot, okay? Because both of them, beautiful Christian women, they absolutely should be like, they should have the man that they are going to marry in their 20s. But I ask them this, and I ask all of you Gen Z out there, where are you going, the women, where are you going that the men are? Where are you going that the men are? Because your husband is not at Pilates, okay? And he's not at brunch, and he's not at your friend's house, and he's not at your couch, and he's probably not at Whole Foods either. So you do kind of have to work at this more than in generations past. That's kind of one of my points there, is that as we see these disparate values between men and women who are trying to find meaning somehow, you're going to have to make a little bit more of effort, especially you Christian women out there, because the Christian men do exist. You got to go where the men are, and it's not at bar classes.
I actually, I met my wife at a Bible study.
There you go.
Which is like, everyone thinks I'm like making that up. Totally true, 100% true.
Yeah, it's a great place to meet a
hand
wife.
of God. It just kind of, we later found out that it was kind of like a setup, like she knew the wife that was, kind of, and I was in the Navy with the husband, and it was a little bit like, hey Jack, what are you doing Tuesday? And Tanya, but again, like they knew that would be a way to get us together. And I know people kind of crap on that advice, but like, why not?
And it was a co-ed Bible study. Key point there, co-ed.
Yeah, of course.
Your future husband's not going to be at your all-girls small group either.
I will say I met my wife at a radio station, which is worse than Tinder or any of the other ones that you'd go on. So
I remember when Lisa was on Q&A.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
How many years have you been married now?
Gosh, 2002. So what is it, 24?
I mean, I met my wife in the America Online dial-up version of Tinder.
Wow.
All right, that was 30 years ago. So look how we turned out. So, but yes, to me, there are three groups of people that I am the most concerned about, and they're the three groups of people that won us the last election. The Maha voter, Hispanic men that Trump won by 10 points in the last election, and then what I call the bro dude vote. That's the young man vote. And I think we got about a tie with them in the last election, which is the best we had done since the Reagan 80s. And that group that's your Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, Joe Rogan listener. And Trump went on all those shows, and I thought that was the secret X factor of the last election. He went on all those shows, reminded everybody why he was once the most popular celebrity in the world and how likable and engaging he can be aside from the political process. Those three groups of voters, I think right now, are somewhere between concerned to demoralized. The Maha people, I would say, are concerned. They like progress on some things, but they're so used to getting betrayed that the minute the wording on something is not precise, to like, gotta check in, okay? But they've at least gotten some things that they can say, hey, you guys have done some stuff why we voted for you, right? The Hispanic voter, the Hispanic man, he's voting for Trump as he's running on mass deportations. So that is not someone that is concerned or demoralized because we've deported too many people or we looked cruel in Minneapolis. It's because we haven't deported enough. That guy's a citizen now, okay? He doesn't want Honduras that he left behind. He doesn't want it coming here. He doesn't want little Guatemala here. He's trying to raise he's an American now. I think he's concerned that we haven't gone far enough. But the one I'm the most concerned about is that young male bro dude vote.
Yeah.
And that voter voted for, they're not really ideological as much as this is the guy that will disrupt the system we were just talking about, where I can't find a woman, I can't afford a house, I can't get a good paying job. He's going to put people in jail for ripping us off, things of that nature. And if you follow the clips of those shows, the Vaughn, the Schultz, the Rogans, Sean Ryan's another one.
Many of them have turned.
They've turned. They're completely off the reservation. And I think we have got to get that there's just too many people and voters there to alienate for us to survive this midterm without turning that ship around. And I think that, again, I don't want to be a broken record, but I think that, again, buying yourself some time for results with casting the vision that got people to vote for you the first time in this last election and returning to that and reminding those young male voters, listen, we all know this is how crazy these people are. This is the vision that we're trying to implement and we represent. Because I think those are your three target demographics to hold on here in this midterm election.
Jackie, you obviously working with Turning Point, you've been in the middle of all those groups, basically. You've seen all of this going on. I know you have to leave here in a minute, so you're going to be doing some work with Turning Point tonight,
doing our own,
which is very cool.
Another Turning Point live stream. So
Yeah.
it will be, as a Catholic, we always aspire towards the saintly vocation of bilocation. So hopefully I'll be able to master that at some point. But I'm not quite saintly enough yet. Maybe one day.
Right around the corner.
But you're right around the corner. Yeah, it's right there. It's right on the horizon. We're on the cusp. And you look at these different groups, and Steve, you laid it out well. I would even put Maha a little bit higher up on the list, just in terms of. So I think you'll get a lot with this Team USA. You're going to get a lot more of the bro vote types. It's clearly why he's got them there. That's and just in addition to the fact that from a political perspective, in addition to the fact that come on, it's literally Team USA, right? They won, and Maha is going to need some love. Maha needs some love. They need some W's. I think and the Maha folks that I know, and I know a lot of people, I have a lot of friends who work with Maha Action, that sort of outside group that works with Bobby Kennedy. And there's a lot of people, and I'm not going to say that they're all saying this or something, but I just don't know if they're feeling as much love from the White House as they are from HHS. Mm-hmm. And you are starting to see this sort of rift in Maha, where there are people saying, look, we're getting what we want from HHS, but there's some executive orders coming down. There's some things, glyphosate, some other stuff that's happening that they're pretty upset about. And that's a huge key demographic that you are going to, it is irrevocably, it's irrevocable for the 2026 coalition to not activate that suburban female vote if you want to get these swing districts, these swing areas, swing states. And Maha is absolutely the path there. There's no question about it. Got to show some W's for him.
Real quick on that, Jack. A buddy of mine, shout out to Brett Buchanan, who was one of the president's pollsters in 2024 over at Signal. He just published a poll, Brent did, that showed those Maha voters you talked about represent anywhere a 4-point swing, so 8 total point swing in total in the midterm elections, based on whether you can get them to show up or not. That they may be the very key in holding on here in the midterm. So that's just some numbers to quantify.
You want to win, you need Maha. The road to 2026 goes through Maha. If Maha comes out, you can win. If they stay home, we're going to see Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God.
Next year.
Why would you have to say something
Gotta
like
say
that?
it, man. I gotta say it. Look, this has been real, but I gotta run.
Yeah, go ahead. We've got 33 minutes left before the speech starts. Jack, so thanks so much for coming on and doing all this.
And I'll be back. I'll do some alternate.
Well, you're gonna master the
bilocation.
Yes. So we'll get that done. That's right around the corner. So thanks so much for stopping in, Jack. We appreciate it. I want to remind you, by the way, what we're talking about, BlazeTV. We like to do this all the time. If you're catching us on social media right now, you're seeing part of the stream, but not all of it. We have this backstage stream. It's going to be full with live commentary during the speech, kind of the Mystery Science Theater 3000 thing. We're going to be watching the speech, commenting along with you on BlazeTV. And when it's over, subscribers get to drive the conversation with their questions. You could save $40. It's a big savings. They don't normally do a $40 savings. If you just got to use the code SOTU40, it's a special going on tonight. Don't miss it. Head to blazetv.com/SOTU. Use the code SOTU and come backstage with us. It's going to be a really fun night. Blaze Media Editor-in-Chief Christopher Bedford is in the Capitol tonight. Earlier today, we asked him for the inside scoop on what members of Congress are hoping to see from the president's address. Take a look.
We've talked to a number of congressmen, senators, and staffers on Capitol Hill, and there's a couple themes that really poke through on what people are wanting to hear about. And a lot of those themes are forward-looking, looking toward the midterms for Republicans. The president needs to talk, in their mind, about affordability. Now, the stock market is breaking records all the time, even after the Liberation Day tariffs. It has completely rebounded well over 10,000 points since then. But a lot of young voters might not have stocks. And more importantly, a lot of young voters can't own homes, don't own homes, are struggling to get into them. What's the president going to do about that? There's whispers he'll be talking about artificial intelligence. You're starting to see more and more pushback from local communities on the impact it's having on their grids, on the impact it's having on real estate to have these large artificial intelligence data centers all around, that power that. Is he going to address that sort of thing? People who are wondering, has the president, having accomplished a record first year, Is he in legacy mode? Is he going to focus now more on architecture? Is he focusing on foreign policy? Two actually pretty darn important things for the president to focus on, but less important to voters in the midterms who are deciding if they're going to send Republicans back to the House and the Senate. The president, if he gets into a back and forth, an angry back and forth with either the Supreme Court, which just ruled against him in a major way against his on his tariffs, or with the people around, then he could get drawn into a mire which is going to dominate the headlines as opposed to the uplifting message that most presidents actually want to accomplish in the State of the Union. People, of course, are going to want to hear about immigration. We're fresh off of the Battle of Minneapolis. This is a key part of the president's plank. And at the same time, federal forces withdrew after taking quite a battering. Now, they got a lot of concessions. But what is the future of the immigration policy in this country? What is the future plan for illegal immigrants and criminal illegal immigrants who are here? What's his plan on that? What's his plan on affordability? These are some of the main things that I think Republicans in particular are eager to hear about.
Thanks, Chris. It's interesting. Let me pick up on the AI piece of this for a second, because Donald Trump has been really aggressive in trying to cultivate an open relationship with these companies, trying to make America the winner in this AI war. And we can all see what the downsides would be if we're not the winner. On the other side, we also see lots of downsides from AI. Societal problems could abound. There's lots of local concerns now. Chris kind of mentioned that, with people not wanting data centers in their communities. How should Trump handle this issue?
Steve.
I think that this is endemic of the division of this coalition and why it's hard to govern. The Republicans are a phenomenal opposition party, but then how do we govern together? So on one hand, you could take a look at the AI data centers and you could say, well, why is that any different than the textile mills and smokestacks of the manufacturing plants and the steel mills and the coal mines of yesteryear? And 100 years ago, at the apex of the Industrial Revolution, the older generations were decrying the loss of our agrarian way of life for this new urbanization. And now we look back on that as the salad days and we're all trying to get back to the Rust Belt again, right? Except who had those jobs? Who did those jobs? You did. The people in those communities had those jobs. Mm-hmm. Who's going to have the jobs in those data centers? Mostly Indians, if we're being honest.
If there's any jobs at all.
And you see this in the very community where you live. This is going on in your community right now. And so it's one thing to say we're going to put an eyesore in your community for progress. It's another thing to say, but we're going to give those jobs not to you on top of that. All right? And that's... I know I said earlier, the president is arguably the greatest salesman pitchman in American history. That's a very tough sell to his own base, all right? We're going to populate your communities with these data centers, but then import the people that are going to take those jobs so you can't work those jobs either. That's a tough sell. And I'm from Iowa, a very rural state. Oh, brother. The Republican Party in Iowa is about to, between this and carbon capture pipelines, is about to rip itself to shreds and arguably the reddest state in the union over these two things right here. Because what the donor class wants, the division on this is even bigger, Oron, than the old immigration fights of the McCain-Kennedy era from the early, because this is now where I live now, right? And you're telling me that blight comes into my neighborhood, but I don't work those jobs at the same time, then what's in it for me? And that is a tough sell. And in a state like Iowa, where I'm from, that's a very divisive argument that we're having in our own party right now.
I want to bring in Aaron McIntyre, who's here, Aaron McIntyre Show, of course, right here on Blaze TV. Welcome, Aaron. The AI issue is fascinating because it's not just an economic one, right? It is a kind of a soul issue, right? Like, it is challenging who we are as human beings. It is challenging who we are as a country. When you're looking at this from a Trump perspective, I think he looks at it as a giant business and a really big business opportunity and maybe a national defense issue. What else should he be thinking of?
Well, I think Steve's exactly right to say that what we're hearing is that this is an essential technology, that it's going to change the world. We have to win this war. What we never get from the Trump administration or many of these AI moguls is, what does this do for the average person? It's nice that I can make videos where my grandma becomes Captain America or something, but how does that actually materially improve my life? All we're really being told is that this is some new frontier that's critical, that if we don't stay in lockstep with China, that we're going to lose out, and that might entirely entirely be true. But what we're not getting is, why should I be making this sacrifice? At least when the Industrial Revolution was happening, I understood that there was employment coming, that there were revolutions in my quality of life that could change. Maybe if I endured some uncomfortable moments or some upheaval in my existence, this would benefit my children. Nobody's making this pitch on AI to anyone, and I think that's a critical problem that Trump has to tap into.
Gosh, it's such. I mean, I don't know. It's such a bizarre time. I mean, it feels very uneasy. You know, and I don't know. You know, Allie, when you think of, I see people all the time going to AI for these fundamental questions of life.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like they're going to the, to OpenAI and Anthropic to get questions answered that they used to go to the Bible for.
Right. That's so true. And let me just tell you, as someone who really doesn't use it very often, I'll ask Grok some questions, recipes, things like that. Just the same thing that I would use a standard search engine for. It's just a little bit more efficient. But I've even found myself sometimes thinking, oh, I bet Grok could write this email for me or tell me how to respond to this person. And I've had to put the limitation on myself to say, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to outsource my conscience to a robot. I'm going to pray about this. Also, I know how to write an email, so I can do it myself. But I know that if I, as someone who is kind of thinking through the ethical and humanitarian issues of this, if I am even tempted in that direction, then the people, especially in Silicon Valley, who do not have the same moral limitations, who do believe technology is God, who don't ask the questions between what's the difference between can and should the way we are, of course they're not going to stop. There's not going to be anyone there who says, you know what, that's just a little bit too far. So it's up to us. I think it's up to Christians especially to ask, okay, when technology takes us from what is natural to what is possible, we have to stop and ask, is this moral? Is this ethical? Is this right and good? You said earlier, Steve, that tonight he needs to paint a picture. Trump needs to paint a picture, good versus evil, Western civilization versus tribalism, whatever it is. But also, it comes down to the pro-human side and the anti-human side. Like, who is going to cast a vision for humanity? Where AI might be a part of that, it's a tool that we use to maybe make things better, but not to outsource the struggle and the striving and even the inconveniences of life that really, like, that friction is what makes the human experience what it is. And I just really worry about us if we lose that.
I do think I completely agree with everything Allie just said. Here's the trade-off with it, though, because there's parts of it that I'm very excited about, too. For example, I'm an investor in a company, in an AI company. The kind of data that if you were, a grassroots conservative taking on a party establishment, hack in a primary, you could never afford, but that party hack was going to use all that data against you. This is now we have, through AI, we can now democratize that process. And it's way less expensive. And we've gotten several Republican, grassroots, conservative, God-fearing people elected to state legislatures and school boards all over America because we were able to use AI to level that playing field. So they now had access to some of the internals of social media and how algorithms really work, how to identify voters that might vote for you in ways that the system always had a complete monopoly on, right? There are most of the industries that you're going to see AI wipe out, ironically, are industries heavily populated by leftists. It's actually the people that tend to vote for us, the electricians, the plumbers, their jobs are going to be fine. It's the people with the sedentary jobs. If for example, if I were working in Hollywood right now, I'd be worried. I mean, I think AI, when a 23-year-old in Singapore who doesn't care about your intellectual property laws in a country that never cared about him in the first place, in a year or two, where he's going to be able to make from his computer a film that looks like a $200 million budget Avengers film and put it up on YouTube for nothing or some other place for nothing, and nobody's woke and nobody's gay and nobody's trans, all right, and 20 million people watch it because it looks just like the movies they used to see. I think that a lot of the industries that are most going to be decimated by AI are actually on their side of the aisle. So on their side of the aisle, they're concerned about the economics of it because it's going to decimate their macro economy. On our side of the aisle, we're concerned about the things that you and Allie raised, okay? It's a great tool, but are we literally outsourcing what it uniquely means to be human in the process?
Yeah, it's amazing too. Like, I've seen people use the music programs with AI, and it's a person who would never be able to write a song themselves. You type a few words in and get a song that sounds relatively impressive. And I think, the American people, I've never seen a situation where they've faced a technology that made life easier and was cheaper and gave you all these problems, and they turned it down.
Yeah.
I remember, I just come off a
true.
28-year run with Glenn Beck, where I remember taking calls from people going, I will never put one of those toll tags on my car. They'll be tracking me. And now they're like, oh, here's my iris scan, right? Like this happens quickly. Lauren. Like, is there any hope of this turning around?
I think that we have to be worried about several things. First, as Allie pointed out, so many people are going to these things for truth, and they would never do this in any other situation. We recognize as Christians the dangers of disembodied consciousness. We understand that something like a Ouija board is actually a gateway to something we should not be touching. And yet we will go to a AI and treat it like a Ouija board and see no difference there. We also have to recognize that a lot of what we're looking at has been cognitive stratification in our society. We have elevated those who are able to master new systems and move with those in time. And that's great, but it leaves so many people in the middle class and the lower classes behind. And if we don't recognize that this is yet another situation where we will be stripping out all that median income, median achievement, so that we can filter it into the top tech moguls, we need to recognize that if we're going to do that, we need to get something out of that. And again, we're not delivering anything to the middle and working classes from that advantage. All they're seeing is yet another industry that's being destroyed for the advantages of the rich. You have to give people an understanding of what it's doing for them. And if the answer is nothing, then you really need to think about whether you should be investing in that industry.
Yeah, usually nothing's not a great answer. We've got about 20 minutes before the speech. Make sure to subscribe at BlazeTV. The code is SOTU40. So if you're joining us now, we're gonna be live in 20 minutes. You're gonna get the speech here no matter where you're watching it. But if you come to BlazeTV, you also get our behind-the-scenes commentary, and then you can submit questions for us to answer after the speech is over. So you'll get extra coverage as well as a BlazeTV subscriber. It's blazetv.com/SOTU. The code is SOTU40. Talking about explaining an important issue with the advantages it brings to Americans, I think often of foreign policy when I think of that, because you can come up with real important reasons to justify a lot of different things around the world. But if you don't communicate to the American people, hey, this is why this benefits you, this is why it's important to you, you often wind up on the wrong side of elections for sure. Steve, I think he's had a lot of wins on the foreign policy front. I think he's going to celebrate those tonight and give a great picture of those. Is that connecting with the American people? Do they think he's too involved overseas? Do they think he's not involved enough? Where are the American people?
It's a little bit like if my favorite team went for it on 4th and short and we got it, it's a great call. And if my favorite team went for it on 4th and short and we didn't, that was a stupid everybody knew that play was not going to work.
Right, yep.
I mean, this is a results-oriented business, all right? And there's been a pattern. We saw this in the president's first term, and you're seeing this pattern emerge in the second term now. Now, because he was way more prepared to govern this time than last time, this pattern did not emerge as quickly as it did in the first term. For most of last year, he was in total control of the agenda and the narrative, all right? But slowly but surely, as we got into the late summer, early fall, and the amount of what he could initiate on his own began to diminish. You can only do so much as a president. And now the other two branches are required to either initiate or implement what it is you want to do. The momentum is increasingly slowed to where we are today. And what we saw in the first term is that the president was an expert in terms of foreign policy execution. His understanding of things, for example, like Muslim and Arab are not the same thing. There's a lot of predominantly Muslim countries that are more Arab than Muslim, and a lot of those leaders in places like Egypt and Jordan and Saudi Arabia, they would like to have OnlyFans harems too, okay? And they would like to not have to fund Wahhabist schools, and they don't want to be in perpetual war, right? He knew that and was able to cut deals with them that the more ideologically driven foreign policy of the Bush, Obama, and Clinton years, the Palestinian question must be solved before we can have any deals. He got around all of that, right? You're seeing that again, that he is not afraid to use leverage, dropping Moabs on Assad, for example, in his first term, what he did to Iran last summer. Examples have been set. He's a little bit, bless you. He's done the Fonzie thing, right? In the pilot episode, Fonzie said, would you like to step into my office? Somebody stupidly did. The rest of the episodes of Happy Days, no one stepped into the office. They knew what that meant when they saw what the guy looked like when he came out. The problem is he's not either been able or willing to exert that level of leverage domestically in political situations. And what you see in domestic politics is he tends to exert leverage when someone in the Republican Party, like my good friend Chip Roy at times, has gotten to the president's right and is trying to move the president to the right. That's when he goes after that person. It is very seldom that he will take the rhino wing of the party and lean on them heavily and drag them and unleash the full brunt of his onslaught that he's so good at, lean on them and sick MAGA on them, right? And I think what the system has figured out here domestically is we'll just wait him out. He won't do to us what he did to Syria. He won't do to us what he did to Iran. Okay, we'll just wait him out. You know, we're fine if we lose the midterms. Nothing really changes, and we'll just raise, our gullible Republican audience will send us money to stop the dastardly Democrats, and we're not on the hook for anything. And I think if he's going to have to exert more leverage on the domestic political front, he was not able to do that in his first term. Just like in his first term, everything he could unilaterally do, he did and did it well and succeeded at. Foreign policy is one of those things. When it took him trying to leverage more of the internal political system, things stalled. COVID was the greatest example of that. You're starting to see this pattern reemerge. And he is going to have to put some form of thumb appendage on the scale, I believe, to get John Thune to deliver for him on the SAVE Act when it's all said and done. And if they don't deliver on the SAVE Act, we need to have a Reagan Morning in America combined with dot-com boom level economic outcome to not get annihilated in these midterms, because we would have completely demoralized our base if we cannot even get that level of achievement from Republicans in Congress. And so we're in a situation where if anything good happens, it's because Trump did it. And so I hate telling the guy that gets shot in the face and almost put in prison and bankrupted, you're not doing enough. But unfortunately, he's pretty much the only player we have with power that we have. And so he is going to have to learn that he has got to exert more leverage. Stop the rhino endorsements. Frankly, the endorsement of Tony Gonzales should have been polled like 48 hours ago. All right,
terrible situation.
And it should never happen in the first place, by and large. And so he's got to be more aggressive and ruthless in using his political capital here at home, like we've seen him do successfully abroad.
Arn, how is President Trump balancing foreign and domestic right now?
I think Steve's observation is rather astute. You have to understand that Donald Trump knows he's winning when he's got that momentum, when he can feel the things getting accomplished, when everyone is on their back heels because he's making things happen. And when he was doing that domestically, he was absolutely crushing. But when he ran out of those options, as Steve said, really you quickly learned that Donald Trump was really more sovereign over Venezuela than he was Minnesota. I mean, it's only half joking. Like that genuinely is the case. And so where can he get things done? Well, foreign policy. That's the place where he's not hamstrung by judges and everything else that's pushing it back against him. Though you probably want to ask the question, why is that the only place that they're not pushing back against him? That might reveal some more important political dynamics there. I think Donald Trump is always successful when he is pushing back against the system, when he's a rebel who is overturning the corrupt swamp. When he just tries to be a good president, and of course we want him to be a good president, but if he just tries to be another good administration, I think that's when things fail. I think the American people really generally are not a big fan of his foreign policy interventions at this moment. It's big with the base, with certain establishment conservative structures. I think a lot of people who just like to see America win get excited about that. But I think the general public has not been explained to them why they need to go to war with Iran. It just doesn't make sense. They might support a strike where they're told will end the nuclear program, but when that obviously didn't occur and we're right back on these people's doorstep just a few minutes later, that gets harder and harder to sell. You can do the Venezuela thing. You can say, I've got the Don Roe doctrine and I'm only doing things in our hemisphere because it's America first. But then when you turn right back around and send the Navy to Iran, people start to say, I don't think that's the case. I think you're just doing foreign policy because it's all you can do.
Now, we just moments ago were seeing the exciting footage of congressmen and people walking. Look at this. Look at this, everybody. People are sitting down. They're starting to gather around and wait for Donald Trump to walk in. We have that really awkward moment coming where he walks up and all the people who have called him fascist and murderer and racist will take selfies with him. That's right around the corner. Such a fascinating thing. You get that. You remember when you look at this. You remember these people say a lot of things on TV.
Yeah.
And then they go, when they're with each other, when we're not around, when we're not looking at the, through the cameras, they treat each other totally differently. They're all buddies. It seems like there's been this like talk over time that that's healthy. Like, oh, that's great. They all get together and they go out and they have beers and they have dinner together and they laugh about everything. Is that healthy? I don't know. I kind of feel like when you talk about things like this, you're calling someone else a fascist. Probably beers aren't the right thing to have with them.
No, I think it's super unhealthy. I mean, you're whipping people up, in a lot of cases, who aren't very smart, who are easily angered, who can be easily radicalized to go out and do something violent, and you don't even really mean it yourself. You really just want to go viral. You know, the former Senator Ben Sasse has been talking a lot about how there's so many Congress people today who really just want to go viral on TikTok. And that is like the extent of their goals, which is really unfortunate for the rest of us who are actually looking for fighters. I'm not looking for you to personally hate the person across the aisle from you, but I want you to hate their agenda, and I want you to act like it. I don't want you to get beers with the person who's trying to chemically castrate kids. I want that person to be your political enemy, and I want that represented both privately and publicly, because that's how we really feel. That's how we feel every day. And if it's just an act for you, then that is super demoralizing. And that is what makes people say, like the Maha contingency we were talking about earlier, saying, okay, if that was just all kind of a play to get us to vote for you, we're out. We're totally demoralized, we're dejected, and we're not gonna do that. So no, I want my enemy to be your enemy too, in real life.
See, Steve, I was watching an NBA game the other day, and after the game, like this hard-fought game, these two teams warring at each other.
They're trading jerseys.
They're trading jerseys with a big smile and their arms around each other, and it's like, I get that they're human beings, and I get that you can't constantly be maybe as intense as a fan that I want you to be, but there is something to that, right? Like, if these are important issues, we care about them. Do they?
Well, first of all, don't bury the lead. Folks, we found the last person in America still watching the NBA. So for those of you that were wondering, he's right here on our set.
That's me.
But 20 years now, this is going to be, June will be 20 years I've worked full-time in politics. And I've learned that there's really only two kinds of politicians, and it's not ideological. The two kinds of politicians are those who want to be somebody and those who want to do something. Unfortunately, most of the politicians on the left, not all, but most are people that want to do things. And most, unfortunately, not all, but most of the politicians on our side want to be somebody. And you can tell that that's true by the level of commitment that is demonstrated on both ends. And most of us know what hills the Democrats are willing to die on, because they're literally going to die on every single hill of what they believe in. Most of us don't know who most of the Republicans we vote for, what hills they're willing to die on, because that's kind of an amorphous blob that's negotiable at any particular moment. And I think that is probably the most vivid portrait of the contemporary American political scene that I'm capable of painting.
Guys, I've been informed we have an official Liz Wheeler alert. It is true, I believe. Liz Wheeler is joining us now. Liz, are you with us?
I am. How you guys doing?
Great to see you. Great to see you. We've been ranting for hours here, it seems, about what's going to come up in this speech. We haven't heard from you yet. What do you think is going to happen?
I know. I could tell you guys were ranting because you all look giddily happy and excited. This is like what we do, right? Ranting. I'm excited for the speech. I know some people dread the State of the Union because there's the inevitable applause interruptions every 10 to 15 seconds for the entire hour-and-a-half speech. And some people just can't tolerate that. But I'm excited to see what President Trump is going to present tonight, because it's very easy, and I fall into this trap too, of wanting everything right away from the Trump administration, because I feel this tremendous urgency, like, oh my goodness, we're already more than a quarter of the way through the Trump administration. We don't have a lot of time left. If the Democrats win the midterms, or God forbid, if they win the presidential election in 2028, we're doomed. The Democrats have already told us what they want to do to us if they take power again. And I feel this like almost panic urgency to get things done. And so I have this expectation that the president should do everything on day one in order to make sure that it's done. And so because of that, sometimes I feel dissatisfaction, and sometimes that's righteous dissatisfaction because he's not doing things quick enough. But I think that he has provided for himself in this first year an excellent bridge to continue building on what he had promised to do as president. And what I mean by that I'll use mass deportations as an example. I want him to deport everyone immediately. I want this to be not just people, not just illegal aliens with criminal records. I want this to be anybody who is in our country illegally, and I want them to be deported yesterday. And so I feel disappointed when that doesn't happen, but that doesn't mean that he's doing an inferior job or a subpar job. It just means that he has built an apparatus that I want him to now tell us, give us benchmarks and expectations of what's going to come next. And I feel like in all of the major categories, whether it's immigration, whether it's foreign policy, whether it's the economy and tariffs, all of these different things, he has set himself up for success in the next 3 years, as long as he communicates tonight expectations that we can all use to hold him accountable over the course of the next 3 years.
Liz, when you look at you mentioned some of the big topics, the things that brought Donald Trump into the presidency, right? I mean, yes, of course, there was just Joe Biden being terrible, but things like and being mostly asleep for 4 straight years. But also stuff like, immigration is a great example of it. The economy. These were things that if you go back to 2019, people were looking at that economy and were thrilled about it. Like, he did not, even with all the criticism he was taking from the media, his polling still remained up in the 50 and 60% approval range, even though, the general populace, was being poisoned by what the media was doing about the economy. The immigration situation, kind of the same thing, right? People really look to him for a solution coming out of the Biden catastrophe to try to improve that. I think he's made real gains. You're right, he hasn't hit all of our standards for everything there. But with that being said, why are we looking at polls where he's in the 35, 38% approval rating area? Are those polls not real? How do you account for that?
I mean, I don't really care about those types of polls. I actually don't keep track of those types of polls because I do think they're generally biased. We talked during the first Trump administration about, and this was even before the administration, before Trump's first election, about this silent majority, people who were on Trump's side, who intended to cast their vote for him, who then did cast their vote for him, but who were hesitant to share that publicly because of the stigma or the backlash that they probably would have experienced. And I think that exists in polling today, in addition, of course, to all of the biases that are inherent to any leftist polling apparatus. So I actually don't pay a ton of attention to polls, and I would encourage the president not to pay a ton of attention to those polls either, because he should remember that he won the election, and he didn't just win it in this like squeaker electoral college victory. He won a decisive victory. He won the popular vote. The reason we voted for him is because we're all very based. We didn't think that he was going to be a moderate or a centrist. We voted for him because he was not politically correct, because he was willing to promise things that quote unquote mainstream Republicans, these squishy rhinos that we have in Washington, D.C. would never dream of touching. Again, we want mass deportations. We want big pharma held accountable, probably more even than it is at this moment. We want other countries to be taken to task for taking advantage of us economically. All of these, we want it to be normal and common sense and enshrined in government that boys are boys and girls are girls and boys can't be girls and girls can't be boys. Things that used to be just normal, but we needed this reality check from someone who was unafraid to offend the left. So if I were President Trump, I would look more towards his base versus polling from people who, as you mentioned, their minds have been poisoned by false narratives in the mainstream media. They're never going to like him no matter what he does or says. So you kind of just have to ignore those people, as harsh as it sounds, and listen to the people who gave you the mandate to do the things that you were sent to do, which is fulfill the America First agenda. That's who I would pay attention to if I were President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it's never a good idea to do something because of a poll, right? Do something that you believe it's right, and that's the way you should operate. Liz Wheeler, the Liz Wheeler Show. By the way, did you know Liz Wheeler Show, part of BlazeTV and your subscription to BlazeTV? Great idea to join up today. They're doing $40 off right now, blazetv.com/SOTU. And the code is SOTU40. It's not in front of me, but I think that's what it is. Anyway, we are like 2 minutes away from this speech. I feel like, and I don't want to jinx it, but of all the political events that we cover live, usually the State of the Union at least has something actually happening at the time they say it's going to happen. That doesn't mean the speech necessarily starts. We are seeing, can we see some of the pictures live? Can we maybe blow that up full screen? I don't know if that's possible, but it's hard to make it out. But I think I just saw the Supreme Court justices walk in.
That's going to be a fascinating part of this. Now, Alito never goes, right? He's the one that never seems to go. What have we seen there? Roberts.
Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah, Kavanaugh
Roberts,
was there.
Barron and Ivanka.
Do we think that we're going to get a direct slam on Gorsuch and Barrett? Does he go that strong? I mean, he obviously was annoyed by that decision, but usually there's a separation there. We've seen Obama, though, kind of went right after the justices back in the day.
My prediction is no, but I'm just basing that off vibes.
Off vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strong predictor, actually.
It is. Yeah, I will say. Vibes can lead the day many times. There's Melania walking in. Barron, who is 14 foot tall. He's towering. He's actually standing on the ground. They're up in the rafters. He's standing on the ground right now, looking at that photo. Very tall man. The family's there, being welcomed right now into the room, and it's I guess this is the one time they'll actually clap for Trump family members. Well, it's nice to see this happen a little bit. I know when we can maybe get some audio of the room too. I don't know if that's possible, but I'd love to hear what's going on in there. It looks like we are starting to see movement in the back of the room. Is that Pete Hegseth? My eyes are terrible.
Rubio,
Rubio. Yeah, God.
Do I have the youngest eyes here? I'll
it's
help you.
unbelievable. How did I get this old this fast? I don't understand. I feel like 6 months ago I could see. Rubio,
Yeah, you were right. That's Hegseth, so that should make you feel young,
good.
Stu.
RFK Jr. is there. We were talking about the Maha agenda here throughout the show. He is there. And everyone, Besant is there as well. They're all getting, now it's interesting to watch.
He's a solid number one in my favorite homosexual Treasury Secretary power ratings.
Really?
I mean, he's been number one for a while.
I don't
He's dominating right
understand what
now.
those words mean together.
Yes.
He's rocketed to the top of the polls. Oren, you have an opinion on that poll? You have a ranking?
I don't know how diverse that field is. I think it might be a category
it's a poll of one.
But man, he's dominating all other comers. Let's just say that.
In all seriousness, he has, when he was nominated, he, myself included, generated some of the most groans. He has been a fantastic Secretary of Treasury, particularly from a messaging standpoint. He has been one of the strongest appointments that Trump has made. Give credit where it is due.
What do we think generally? Open this up to whatever, but what do we think of the cabinet, the picks? I mean, are we mostly excited by them? Mostly happy? Mixed? What do you guys feel?
I think Rubio has been incredible.
Yes.
And if we had seen this Marco Rubio a decade ago and not the one who tried to call me one day and convinced me that the Gang of Eight was a great idea, I don't think Trump is ever president. I think Rubio becomes the leader of the Republican Party, and a lot of political history was changed because of Rubio and the Gang of Eight, I think.
I agree.
I think RFK Jr. has been, as much as Trump has allowed him, fantastic. I think Hegseth has been a superstar. I think Pam Bondi is an embarrassment to the Republic. So I think it depends on which person we're talking about.
I can't believe we just brought up Pam Bondi. We just let Liz Wheeler go just a second ago. That would have been.
Yes.
We could have.
That was 1 year ago at this time. The binder stunt that she pulled.
Yeah.
That was 1 year ago. And we were all sitting here covering the State of the Union.
That's right. That's right. Oren, go ahead.
Well, I think the Rubio situation creates an interesting dynamic because, as Steve said, he's easily the most improved player by a large margin. However, I think a lot of people, after seeing him in that speech, have started asking questions. Who's going to be the heir apparent? Will it be Vance? Will it be Rubio? Does this create a dynamic inside the administration? And the question I think a lot of people who are asking who might be reevaluating Rubio is, has he really changed to become more MAGA? Has he really moved the direction of Trump? Or is that just kind of the current situation so that he can, work with the administration and find his way back to a dominant position inside the party? So it'll be interesting to see if we can continue to see Rubio shift towards MAGA, shift towards a populist understanding, something that'll be more popular with the Trump base, or is he going to try to retack things back towards establishment conservatism and some of the positions he held previously? I think that's a tension that's going to be very interesting.
I think often, too, of recent history, you think of like the dynamic between Tom Homan and Kristi Noem. We're seeing them on the screen here right now. That Minnesota situation was not playing out the way that President Trump wanted it to. He did not like the dynamics.
So he sent the adult in to clean it up?
That is exactly the way I read that, right? It was President Trump 100%. Saying, look, Homan, you go in there, fix this. Pulling Kristi Noem out. That is an interesting dynamic. We hear all sorts of reports. I don't know what to believe on this because, some of it is, there's always infighting going on behind the scenes in these administrations, but there definitely seems to be a lot of people who are out to get Kristi Noem out of the picture. Tom Homan has been a guy that, he has, not only praised throughout the year, but praised in last year's State of the Union, a person who was embraced by the Obama administration when he worked there. He's a tough guy to criticize. And I think you see like a split in the way that Trump appointed people. Some people, maybe with like more of a personality and more of an appearance, and Kristi Noem maybe fits that picture. And then Tom Homan, a guy who I think gets things done and just goes out and does the job. I feel like he's been more successful when he's gone that direction.
Yeah, honestly, he's really good at both sides of the immigration issue because he'll get up there and talk tough, do what needs to be done. Obviously, as you said, he also did that under the Obama administration, but then he'll go up there and share anecdotes and he'll say, 2 days ago, we just rescued a 14-year-old girl who was pregnant because she was trafficked by 2 adult men. Our ICE agents rescued her. We are taking care of her both mentally and physically. So he is really good at weaving those two things together. And that is, I know he's not trying to do PR necessarily, but that is an expert PR strategy. People got mad at me on X a couple of weeks ago when I talked about the PR strategy on immigration. Politics is PR. If you want to pass policy, you have to have good PR because PR persuades people. And that is a real side of the immigration debate that Kristi Noem, not quite yet, has she mastered conveying that message with toughness and compassion. Tom Homan, interestingly, has.
Now, so random people are at X are mad at you and Hillary Clinton's mad at you at the same time.
Yeah, it's an interesting day to be
world.
me.
It's a weird world.
You bring up a very profound point, though, Allie, because of the nature of our politics. We only have an event where we keep score every other year when there's an election, all right? But yet the process is going on every single day. And we're getting fed and consuming content about the process of a game whose score we don't keep except for once every other year when there's an election. And so who decides who's winning at any given moment, right? It's a little bit like what college football was like before we had a playoff system. People voted on it. It was just based on perception, right? And so if you can't do what Allie is talking about, then you're losing the perception battle. And so you're losing the little mini games that take place before the game that matters when we all vote and we see what the actual score is. And often it's who wins those mini games up to the big game when we vote that determines who wins that big game. It's the old Margaret Thatcher axiom, first you win the debate and then you win the vote. Yes. You have to win the messaging perception battle, you have to.
And the left has been so aware of this dynamic forever. That's why they've invested so much in narrative spin, controlling the media, controlling the flow of information. They never let you decide for yourself. They are always presenting a frame to you in every moment. And conservatives don't like that. They want to see results. They want to see practical application, but they have to learn that this is where the battle is won and lost. When you have a country of 350 million people, they simply cannot understand everything that's happening all the time.
Correct.
But our democratic cycle increasingly forces them to make decisions on that basis. So the only thing you can do is make sure that you are delivering that frame, the proper understanding of what is going on, what your successes are, what your challenges are. That's key, and the Republicans have to learn that.
Let's go back here to the speech. Trump is about to walk out, and there he is, President of the United States, shaking hands as he makes his way through. Thune there behind him. And
that's a metaphor.
Lindsey Graham isn't even there.
I mean, he's barely through the door. We're already making those jokes? I mean, I guess we had to.
Not me. I didn't hear you. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I meant in terms of leading from behind.
Of
is
course.
What I meant.
I know what you meant, obviously. That's what we all. So he's making his way in now. This is the. It's interesting. Glenn Beck, our own Glenn Beck, went to the State of the Union one year and was telling me how fascinating it was to watch a bunch of the Democratic people that he'd see on MSNBC just trashing Donald Trump, watching them in the aisles make their way to the middle to just get a glimpse, get in that photo for 1 second, get the handshake in. These people who absolutely despise Donald Trump, or at least say that all the time, make their way in because they want to be part of this. They want to be part of the big show. You know, I mean, I guess if nothing else, it's hard to deny Donald Trump He dominates the news. He dominates our culture. I don't know if that's necessarily the most healthy thing for a president to do, frankly, but that is where we are, and Trump loves it. He embraces it, and it's fascinating to see these people who think, gosh, I've got this racist, fascist, terrorist, homophobic, transphobic person, but let me just get that quick selfie in.
Yeah, I know. Grosses me out. Like I said earlier, like I want you to actually live your convictions on both sides of the aisle. And the photo op thing is just not, I don't think it is healthy. I don't think it's conducive to a good debate.
Trump, he is going to shake every hand. This is what a 5-minute process or so to kind of make your way up to the stage, everyone clapping for a very long time. Liz made the comment earlier of,
oh, we got a protester. What do we have going on there? He's got his little sign.
Oh, yeah, that was, what's his face?
What's his name? Yeah. Al Green?
Yeah.
Not the singer, right? I think that's just Al Green. Yeah, they're all going to have their little signs. They're going to do their little protests. I guess some of them are wearing white, which is an interesting choice.
I think they did that last year.
Oh, really? I heard that they were doing it again this year. We'll see. We have some of the people out with Joy Reid out in the parking lot.
Yes.
14 some being the operative word.
Yes, they're doing that.
Indeed, yes.
The Democrats really did try, reportedly, to keep their people in line to not do the splashy nonsense inside of the
John Roberts stoic.
Look at this. This is interesting.
Yeah. That look could kill. Yeah.
You got it was a Kavanaugh, right? It was a Kavanaugh handshake. You doing it for everybody here? Kind of working the entire line.
Oh, Roberts is not even clapping. The rest of the justices are. Funny.
I remember one year thinking they never clapped, but it might just be during the speech.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Right,
they do remain very stoic during the speech.
Yeah, which is awkward. The whole thing, it's an awkward event. This used to be a letter. I remind you, this used to be a letter. They just sent a letter. This is the State of the Union, and it was over.
This is like the quintessential. This could have been an email. Yes. The person who's constantly calling a meeting. You're like, you definitely could have texted me that.
It's so true, and it actually was an email or just a mail back in the day. And now we have this spectacle, which again brings some exciting moments. I'm glad you're here, of course, watching on BlazeTV. But it does feel like especially from a country that we broke away from all that pageantry, right? And it's kind of interesting that we've embraced this. But it is an amazing moment, and it is good. This is probably the only way. No one would read the letter. We now know no one could read anything. They barely can read tweets.
That's true.
So
AI, tell me what this says.
Yeah, exactly. We learned just the other day Gavin Newsom can't read at all. So we can't have letters anymore.
What an amazing moment.
That really was. Oh yeah, well my IQ and SAT scored sucked. I'm just like you, minorities. Just all you minorities are doing that, right? You guys all
applauded,
right? Yeah, I know.
They said, "Thank you for being as dumb as us." What is happening?
Do you think he keeps hot sauce in his purse, or is that?
Yes, he totally does, and eats a lot of arugula. That's all that stuff's happening. It's all coming back.
What is the price of arugula? One wonders.
Yeah. By the way, thank you so much for watching at home. This is our pre-show coverage. We're getting right up to the speech here, just moments away. It's BlazeTV.com. /SOTU. BlazeTV.com/SOTU. Use the code SOTU40, get $40 off. You can join us. We're going to have commentary going on throughout the speech and the post show as well. Get your questions in if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. Let's listen into
members of Congress. I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
All right, now we get some more applause. President, getting ready for the State of the Union 2026. Technically his fourth State of the Union, sixth one of these speeches, but his fourth official State of the Union.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. members of Congress, and my fellow Americans. Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years, in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year, we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. They do. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, The one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you all. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the 3rd row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it, how much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere, the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of health care, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new rate Payer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of 2 from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done. If we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats, 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing, incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zaretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America. Came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sara Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the... We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, The United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. now 5% than they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby, it's becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzales. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Very meta. He focused on vision and differing visions and values for America and for Americans, drew very sharp contrasts, lured Democrats into a trap, which they were very anxious to go ahead and spring on themselves, having them sit down as he and have the likes of Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib trying to talk over him. Do not take it from someone who spent a year trying to fight Donald Trump in the 2016 primary as a strategist for the Ted Cruz campaign. Do not give Donald Trump a foil. Oh no, oh no. That's like handing Popeye spinach. That's like Hulk Hogan hulking up in the ring. Do not give Trump a foil, okay? And they did that tonight and gave him somebody to essentially riff off of. And I thought there were three money lines in this speech. I thought Democrats are for illegal aliens. I'm for America. Democrats don't want voter ID because they have to cheat to win elections. And we're going to ban child gender mutilation surgeries all over America. And I think, without question, this is the kind of vision casting our side desperately needed tonight to get back on message, to get back on mission. And I think this is exactly what the doctor ordered, is what I think.
I'm also learning. So Sage, I didn't catch her last name, but the detransitioner who was highlighted, she had this gesture that she was doing. You guys see this gesture?
Yeah.
Apparently that's called the clocking it gesture, and so it means approval, and it's like, you know, it sort of comes from spilling the tea. So I was looking at that and said, what is that? I didn't know that one. So yeah, Boomer Poso over here, not knowing the new thing, but apparently, yeah, I was like, is that bad? You know, is that good? Apparently that's and so she's going viral right now for doing that. And I just found some people on Twitter who are on the left, they're completely in tears that someone did the clock it gesture at the racist, Nazi, white supremacist, anti-trans State of the Union. So if they're in absolute meltdown, then you know he obviously must have done something really good. Totally agree with Steve on the money lines. What I'm going to remember, and you know, look, I think it's very striking to see the Medal of Honor presented at a State of the Union. I don't think I'd have to double check, you know, but I don't think that's ever been done before. And, you know, we came in here talking about how the president was going to talk about his successes and touting his successes. And he certainly made mention of it, but what he spent more time on was highlighting regular Americans who went on to do extraordinary things. So, of course, you see champions, right? The gold medalists. You see heroes, the military members, families of the fallen, Erica Kirk, the parents of Irina Zarutska, the Angel families, the little girl Delilah who was injured when an illegal alien with a CDL crashed into her, and you know, just finding and think of the logistics, by the way, of getting all of those people into one room, the security, the flights, hotels, et cetera. And, you know, I've done, you know, a little bit of this with, you know, bringing people to, you know, turning point. It's not easy. It's really not easy. And to be able to pull that off, everybody on one night, it's just an incredible thing to see. And, you know, Steve said it earlier. I mean, he is the master of showmanship. He knows how to put on a show, and I think we definitely saw that tonight.
Yeah, interesting too that he did do a lot of praising, you know, regular people, you know, heroes and such. Didn't really praise his own people all that much. Not only did he not necessarily, like
exactly.
Marco Rubio is the only one I remember in there really like from his cabinet that he hit. Can you remember another?
Well, he did JD when he gave him the war on fraud. He pointed out, but you're right. It wasn't like praising. It was like
it wasn't like we did this great job. Here's how we did it. It wasn't really that. It was
Pam Bondi's name never came up.
That one we should have called.
Or she should find that a blessing.
That's like
She's sitting right back there.
card.
Don't call on me. Don't call on me.
Yes. You can just pass on by me, boss.
We could have done a reverse bingo of things he will not mention.
Yes, that's always smart.
No, I think it was a strong speech by Trump. He played to his strengths. He knew that he needed to talk about immigration and the wins he had there, why the Democrats were putting back, who the victims were. He knew he needed to talk about economic issues, address affordability. Very wise of him to flip that back onto the Democrats and say, this is what you created. I'm cleaning up your mess. Here's how you made that happen. Again, we saw the same thing when it came to crime, so many other situations. Our cities are safe now because of the steps I'm taking, but I'm having to battle the Democrats at every moment. I think that was all very wise, and like everybody else here, I was really glad to see that celebration of American heroes, whether they be Olympians, whether they be victims of crimes, whether they be people who had incredible bravery in military service. That was critical, but I think, honestly, the moment that's going to stay with me for the rest of my life is watching Irina Zarutska's mother with Erica Kirk and just the pain on her face in that moment, and the fact that Democrats could not, even in that moment, summon a shred of humanity. I still don't think that we have dealt with the psychic trauma again of that 1-2 punch of Charlie Kirk and Irina Zarutska. And so I think that him highlighting that and, you know, showing the grief that is still there for that mother and knowing that we need justice. We need to end political violence. We need to end the soft on crime policy. I think those were all incredibly strong moments for him. And he was wise to spend a minimal amount of time on foreign policy, something that I think is more divisive than his other stances. I think that was very wise for him to focus on those strengths and where he can improve or when he can show that the Democrats are the cause for many of these issues.
I mean, he did not bring up foreign policy until almost 90 minutes into the speech at all. And Tyler Boyer over at TPUSA, I thought had a devastating post on X tonight.
It's going hype.
Yeah.
You picked it up.
Yeah.
I quote tweet.
Holy
it's going
cow.
super
It's a
viral
post
right
of
now.
one of the Democrat members of Congress who did not want to stand during that moment that you mentioned, Oran, and he's got a Ukraine flag on his lapel.
Yeah.
If that is not, I mean,
But what I wrote
portrait
is
of where
this
we
is
are.
what the Democrats actually think of,
Yeah.
of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah.
You know, and it's one thing to say, you know, it's just, I mean, it reminds you of the old Seinfeld episode with Kramer, and he wouldn't wear the ribbon. You know, so you'll put the ribbon on, right? You'll wear the ribbon.
Yeah.
But do you actually care about the victims here?
Yep.
And are you even going to do anything to support them when here they are right in front of you? You know, two parents who, I mean, talk about logistics. Did he have to get them out of Ukraine to fly here? And so, who knows, right? Who knows the logistics in getting her parents here? But the fact that they couldn't even stand up for this country that, you know, the Empire State Building is going up in the Ukraine flag colors, and the Brandenburg Gate and the Eiffel Tower, they're all doing this big Ukraine flag thing. And here's President Trump saying, guys, it's not about this abstract, you know, ideal that is the Ukraine. It's about a group of people living on a plot of land that people are fighting over, and they can't even find safety here in the United States. And I think it's just very sad. You know, it's very sad that you couldn't have that. And, you know, going back a little bit to the foreign policy side, you know, that is, I think it also strikes at some of the foreign policy aspects of this to say, look, when you go and commit one of these actions, whether it be strikes in Iran, whether it be a bombing run, or, you know, as we just saw, an entire helicopter, an entire Chinook, which that is a personnel carrier, so you potentially you could have up to 40, 45 guys in there. I don't know exactly how many they had, but you know, they know, right? You want to get rid of a helicopter, you take out the pilot. That's obviously why they were targeting him, and they almost got him. So, you know, we go back to, you know, Desert One and Jimmy Carter's failed hostage rescue in the Iranian embassy crisis way back in 1979, 1980. And it really brings up those memories for people of how quickly one of these operations can go the other way.
Well, one thing that we know unites the nation is the nation's love for Joy Reid. It's something that brings us all together. Sara Gonzales.
Me for sure.
Oh yeah, right. Thank you. Sara Gonzales, our friend, is out there with Joy Reid. I don't know what happened here. She's of course host of Sara Gonzales Unfiltered. She joined us during our pre-show coverage from that protest hosted by Joy. Here is what happened after we spoke with her. Take a look.
Y'all okay? How many of you remember Gilmar Abel Garcia? How many of you guys remember that? Raise your hands, remember, well, coming to the stage is a man who had the courage, the cojones to go and...
Joy Reid, you suck! You're a loser! MSNBC fired you because you're a loser! You suck! America first, you can't even get a sizable crowd! No one's here! It's empty! It's empty! It's empty! You're a loser! You're all mentally ill! You're simping for a criminal! He is a criminal! He is a criminal! He is a, yes?
Who are you? Stop.
What?
Stop.
What do you mean, do I know who you are?
Act like an adult.
Why are you simping for illegal criminals?
No, why are you distracted?
Because I think you guys are losers.
I think you are scum. Why are you here? This is not your event.
Okay, it's a free country, isn't it? Is it a free country? You want to know who the fascists are? You guys. You guys are the fascists. You guys are the fascists.
I don't need any arguments right now. No fighting. They're having their demonstration. Just let it be. There's no need to cause commotion right now at all. You have an opinion, that's perfectly fine. Take it elsewhere. They organized this, you did not. Understand? Over here.
Yeah, I'm walking. Oh my God. I'm trying to walk. Excuse me. Wow. My tax dollars at work. My tax dollars at work. These police officers getting in my face. Little old me.
It's amazing. Sara is
So
absolutely
good.
fearless.
It was so good. I hope she posts that online. That's going to go viral. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. I mean, but although I do feel bad because she sacrificed her ability to be able to be there all night to hear more of Joy Reid.
I know it would
sad.
have been an amazing night.
The woman holding her hands in front of her face.
That was so good.
Like it's the first grade.
If you do this though, you can't hear me, right? Like right now, you guys can't hear me. Is that right?
Oh my gosh.
Are you saying something? I see you there. Your lips are moving, but it's like a ventriloquist.
That's like my 2-year-old granddaughter who, when she does this, she thinks she's actually disappeared.
Right, yes.
And we can't see her.
She's just playing peekaboo with Sara. That's all it was.
Yes,
I can't see you. You're not there.
Actually, when she was moving, she was like,
I'll have to say the cliche.
Like Devo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the cliche, of course, here's the Democrats. As they promote open borders, they've set up a fence. They have border security. They have, every single time, and it's like not even funny anymore. But every time when it comes to them and themselves, they do the exact same things that they refuse for the American people.
It is amazing. All right, well, thanks for watching here at Blaze TV. Now, one of the things that if you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you were able to be part of the conversation as far as asking questions that we're going to attempt to answer here. And we've selected a number of questions to read from our loyal Blaze listeners. Ethan writes, with the centrists and leftists that we convinced to cross to our side in 2024, what is the game plan to keep them in the future? Steve, why don't you take this one? Because this is an interesting one, and I feel like there was a little bit of a burst of confidence where we thought we were going to have these people forever, and I don't know that we can depend on that.
I'm not sure which leftist we caused
not
to
many
cross our
leftists,
side. There
but
might be some
centrists.
old classical liberals, for example. I kind of think that elections are different than they were even when I started in this business 20 years ago. And when I started in this business 20 years ago, we were still kind of operating under the paradigm of 40% of the country is Republican, 40% of the country is Democrat, 20% of the country are independents. The people Rush used to mock for driving down the middle of the road because they couldn't pick a lane, okay? The kind of squishy middle. I don't think a lot of that exists anymore. I think a lot of what we even call independents, it's kind of complicated. You'll get independents who are really hard leftists who just don't think the Democrats are going to follow through on what they claim. You'll get the same thing, independents who are really hard righties who just think the Republican Party has controlled opposition. And so I think elections nowadays are essentially, and there's parts about this that I like and parts that I don't, but my job as an analyst is to tell you what I think is happening, not project what I want it to be. And I think a lot of it is team reality. There's a block of voters who believe in a reality, that a reality is an objective thing we have to acknowledge. And then another people who think they can essentially shape a reality, change a reality, conjure a reality. And then I think in between these two camps now, we have what I call normies. And a lot of these are people who frankly just want many of the arguments between team reality and conjure reality to go away, to be left alone. And whichever side, regardless of their whatever ideological persuasion they use to get there, that offers them peace of mind and comfort, they will vote for. And so if you're Ron DeSantis in Florida, if you can govern effectively, you're governor. If you can govern effectively, you turn Palm Springs, Palm Beach County, which launched the Florida recount, when a bunch of little old ladies went in there claiming they tried to vote for, Al Gore, and the machine gave them Pat Buchanan instead. That's how the Florida recount launched in Palm Beach County 25 years ago.
Oh yeah.
You end up flipping that county from blue to red because here's this really hard right governor, but he governed effectively, so people did not even look at him ideologically. He provided them comfort and security, right? And so in my home state of Iowa, we had 30 rural counties that voted for Barack Obama because they thought he was providing that to them. And then they flipped, and then they voted for Donald Trump 3 times. And so right now, we don't need to worry about normie voters. Normie voters are going to vote at the end for whichever side they think is providing them the comfort and security they want. We need to be putting the economic policies in place now that'll win those normies later. Our biggest issue, and it's what the president addressed in his speech tonight, our biggest issue is that team reality is more demoralized than team conjure reality. We need to get our base back unified, back energized. I do think that speech at least took a step towards making that happen tonight, for sure.
This is totally off topic, but can you give me, you were talking about this, can you give me 30 seconds or so on the Iowa gubernatorial race and the Senate race? I mean, how does this look?
Well, for example, right now in our governor's race, we have the Democrats have put all of their money in our state into the governor's race trying to resurrect themselves.
Mm-hmm.
We have a congressman who's considered the favorite just because of name ID, and Randy Feenstra, who has just completely abandoned the base, disappointed them. He's from the most Republican part of the state. He's the only Republican running for re-election in the state that the president has not endorsed because he knows that Feenstra doesn't like him, and the feeling is mutual. And so there's a bunch of us that are kind of the lobby running now behind Adam Steen, who's kind of the consensus candidate. He's the one. He's got MAGA, conservative. He's a former pastor, but a business guy. So he's kind of got ties to all the various sectors of the base. And our concern is that if we don't nominate a fresh face that will unify our base, then you're going to watch Rob Sand, the Democrat, pull a major upset in Iowa, running against a member of Congress who's disliked by at least 40% of the Republican Party. And so that's why this speech tonight was so vital. What are the issues that unite us? And for many years, the Republican consultancy class thought that most of America was a voter that didn't exist. People that wanted limited government, all right, which usually just meant grift for corporations, and Sodom and Gomorrah. And it turns out it's actually the coalition is in the other direction. People that don't mind bigger government, provided it's giving them what they want out of it, but actually want their moral values defended. And that's essentially Trump's coalition right there, right? And within that can be a wide swath of different ideas and personalities and priorities. And what's happened is that those groups are kind of turning on each other, and for various reasons right now. And what we needed was the general to come back, step forward, daddy come home, and cast a vision and get everybody back on the same song sheet. And I think he did that tonight.
All right.
Sorry, that was longer than 30 seconds.
No, it was a little bit, but it was very, very good. Ryan Kirby writes in. He says, does anyone on the staff think that the TPUSA machine that Charlie built can help turn out young folks again for the midterms? Who else would I ask here?
Right. No, look, I mean, the machine is already working. The machine's already fired up, and Tyler Boyer is the guy who ran that machine with Charlie in 2024, and I was certainly there as well. And that machine is only growing bigger and stronger and is already active in key areas. And by the way, in many states, Turning Point Action, this is Turning Point Action, so the C4 side, and they're now looking at physical infrastructure, actually building out regional centers, regional hubs, offices where people can come to. I mean, it's almost like building a permanent infrastructure for ballot harvesting and ballot chasing the same way that the Democrats did a couple of cycles prior to us. And this was the big lesson we learned of 2022. So the idea that can the machine still work, I'm telling you, it's working right now. It's expanding state after state that they're looking at. I know Virginia, I was just with the Turning Point Action team yesterday down there in Lynchburg at Liberty University, and we had the action team come in. They're going to be up in Pennsylvania. They're already working, because here's how it works, and I'll answer it briefly because there's a lot of questions. You have to make the connections now with those voters that you can then try to identify who do we need to turn out and build the relationships now early on, so that by the and you host a block party, right? In the summertime, you have a barbecue, you get people together, you do fun things to actually build a community, and then the voting just becomes, hey, it's something all the guys are doing. That's the magic. It's away from this old, the Karl Rove of, oh, we're going to get you a text, and oh, we're going to cold call you, which everybody hates. Yeah. The idea here is now when you get that text, it's, oh, that's, my buddy from Turning Point. Yeah, of course, got to make sure to get my vote in. That's the plan.
That's exciting. I mean, I think a lot of people are very worried about that going into this, so that's really good to hear.
Yeah, and that's not to say there aren't going to be headwinds in the midterms. I mean, everyone knows the political cycle,
yes,
but the machine is there, the plan's in place.
John H., Blaze subscriber, writes a question for Blaze staff: Why can't or won't Trump work more aggressively to get his executive orders codified by Congress. How important is this, Arn?
Really critical, and I think we've all acknowledged at this point that Trump came out of the gate in his first year of the second term very powerful because of his ability to embrace that executive order strategy. But once that petered out, the momentum went with it. And the fact that Congress has simply not converted these things is obviously causing tremendous problems. The fact is just really simple. The Republican Party is still largely, unfortunately, the enemy. Like, many of them are still not interested in seeing the MAGA agenda through. They're trying to hold on to old, understandings of conservatism, failed strategies. They're not embracing Trump's ability to transform the party and make it something that can be a vehicle for America in the future. So I think it's really important that these guys eventually get on board with Trump's agenda and make sure that they make these changes permanent, because if they don't, everything that Trump does with an executive order can be undone with an executive order, just as he did with so much of what Biden had done. It's foolish to leave that on the table.
Yeah, and it's a tough road. I mean, because if you don't get that stuff codified, really, it means nothing when the next president comes in, assuming eventually a Democrat does. So it is really important for that to happen. And I'm surprised that there's really doesn't seem to be any appetite for another reconciliation bill. I mean, they have another chance. They could do this. They could do it with 50 votes. They have just really small minorities. That is another big issue here, is what Jack was just talking about. You got to get those majorities. They can't just be one seat. Right. It's difficult because you're always going to lose somebody. Okay, another Blaze subscriber, Adam Downer writes, is it realistic to have tariffs replace the income tax? Just quickly, I'll take a little bit of this and anyone else wants to jump in, but I would say no. It's certainly the way that our government operates right now, the size of it, I don't think it is realistic. We've done that before in the past when we had a much smaller government. If we would resize it to the size that I would appreciate, then maybe it would be possible. But I think at this size, I don't think that it is. And I do worry about those things stacking on top of each other personally. But that being said, tariffs are going to be there, I think, with Trump just having to go through these longer processes rather than what he tried to do through IEPA earlier. Matthew Vermillion writes, how do you think the average American will take this speech? You were talking about normies before. What do normies think?
I think the fact that I want to give a shout out to my producer, Aaron McIntyre. I saw him post this just a few minutes ago. There was a big section of debating the pronoun crowd tonight. But one pronoun from Trump that we didn't hear a lot tonight was I. Mm. And he did. And I saw this, I mentioned this on our set on election night. And I said, man, if there was ever a time, the kind of stuff that makes people like me nervous when Trump decides, I got some things to get off my chest, okay? That's the stuff that makes me nervous and Jack loves, okay, when he does that, all right? I'm like, oh no, what's coming next? And Jack's like, I love what's coming next.
Let's go.
Okay?
He's got that crazy look in his eye
Yes,
again.
and I'm like, no, all right? But what he did on election night was, if there was ever a guy that could take a victory lap and say, I got a few things, after he got shot in the face, nearly they tried to bankrupt him, put him in prison, and then he comes back and wins. He immediately pivoted to what was best for the country. He immediately pivoted to people he's going to appoint to campaign or cabinet positions, and I thought, wow, that is how you set the tone. Tonight he did that. You guys talked about, he made the average American the focal point of his speech, both in terms of the vision for the country and then all of the various specific examples that he cited, all right? I mean, the contrast of Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar yelling and screaming, and the contrast with Medal of Honor recipients, all right? That, I think, is something normal Americans, again, the normie just wants peace and prosperity and complacency and comfort, right? And so for whatever side appears to be the most radicalized in their messaging tends to turn off the normie voter. And tonight, that was clearly the Democratic side in the way that they behaved.
I would just add to that too. The one, and I totally agree, but the one thing that I would also add is that when you see these displays, and again, with the people there, these made-for-TV moments, which we know are going to be cut up and shared again, everything from, and different parts of the country too. So like we're here in Texas right now, Camp Mystic, right? He's going to talk about how they're going to be able to show that clip for the local audiences. Hopefully in Charlotte, they'll show Arena Zarutska, they'll probably not, just media being what it is. But he created this sense of community. And he didn't just talk about, it's that old filmmaking piece of advice, an adage where they say, show, don't tell. He didn't tell you about America's greatness. He didn't tell you over and over, golden age, golden age, golden age. He showed you examples of American excellence and American greatness, sorrow, loss, pain, tragedy. It's all there. And all the way up to heroism and the highest heights with Team USA. And so it's sort of this idea that, hey, there's this thing going on over here and it's called America and we're all on board. And if you want to get on board, you can. And I think the psychology of something like that is really the psychology that attracts people. I really think it is.
Yeah, and we talked about this before. I was worried that they were going to go to golden age, right?
Yeah,
and they
didn't.
Yeah,
it's there, but
occasionally,
yeah.
like, he would refer to it, but that wasn't the vibe. The vibe wasn't that everything was solved. The vibe wasn't that everything was perfect. It was that we're a great country that achieves great things. We have great things in our future, and here's how we're going to try to do those things. I thought that was a good tone to be able to. It wasn't an apology, guy. I'm so sorry we didn't get everything done yet. It was typical, like Trump, like being.
It was
optimistic.
a realistic vibe of jingoism, is what it was.
Yeah, which jingoism gets a bad rap.
I totally agree.
I kind of like it.
We need to bring. Let's make jingoism great again.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. All right, AB is another Blaze TV subscriber. By the way, you could be one as well. You could be just like AB. Imagine that in your life. But BlazeTV.com/SOTU. The code is SOTU40 to get $40 off. AB asks, how can we put more pressure on Congress to codify all of the executive orders? Aaron, you were talking about this, but it's like, we could say it's important, but is there a way to actually make these people move?
I mean, it wouldn't hurt if Trump did some better endorsing of candidates. It would be nice if he was actually punishing people who were really working against that agenda and endorsing people who were going to go ahead and make that happen. He hasn't had the best track record on that. I think he could help himself out a lot if he was more tactical with those recommendations.
That would be nice.
I don't think they care what we think. I mean, we in 2022, we came out of 2 years between the scamdemic and the first two years of Biden. And we had the highest retention of incumbents in a midterm election in modern American history. I don't think they care. I do know they care what Trump thinks. And so I don't think there's much more we can do to pressure them at all. But I do know many of them do not want to be on the other side of his wrath. And they don't fear you, but they do fear him riling you up against them.
Yep.
And so he has got to have to be the conduit to this if you want that done.
All right, let's take a look at some more Blaze TV audience questions. Coop hates haters. Good name. Host Trump needed to show that he knows there are still folks having a tough go. Did he accomplish that? I mean, we kind of just hit that. I don't know that he focused on it all that much. He didn't necessarily, he talked about some things like affordability with housing. He did hit some of those issues. Did he do enough of it?
Like I said at the beginning of the show, he's not I feel your pain. Yeah. Is not who he is. He is the consummate pitch man. And I thought that he showed a respectable amount of accomplishment that didn't seem insensitive to people's plights and situations. So given how good the speech was overall in the areas where he is strong, I'm more than satisfied with that.
I think it's always a mistake to talk about how bad people are doing under your presidency.
Well, there's that.
Even if you think that some of that might largely be attributed to the last president, it's still always a blunder. So I think it's wise to frame everything as a victory, but an insufficient one. And I think that's a lot of what Trump did. He said, here are the wins that we are taking away. Here are the improvements we've made. Here are material changes in prices and availability and these kind of things. But we know that's not enough, and we're going to keep fighting. I want to make sure that corporations aren't owning houses. I want to make sure that your borders are closed and you don't have unfair competition with foreigners. I think that those are winning messages tacked onto an already winning message, and that's much smarter than going in and saying, well, things are just bleak in my presidency. That's always a bad idea.
But we're coming back. We're coming back. Yes.
Stephen writes in another question. Does this mean the AI data centers will actually have to supply energy to the grid, though? They will not contribute to a failing grid. I guess that's was that one of the quotes from?
He said something like data centers need to provide their own power.
He said they need to build their own power.
Build their own power plants.
Yeah.
Build their own power plants.
So are they going to supply additional energy to the? I mean, this is one of the things. Texas made this argument when it came to Bitcoin, which is like they were able to supply energy. It was one of the things that actually made our grid a little bit more reliable here in Texas was because of that. I mean, is that kind of what he's saying? Like this is going to actually wind up being a benefit to our energy supply?
Well, I would hope so.
So in most cases, for instance, with real estate development, you pay an impact fee if you're a real estate developer, and that offsets the cost of your development there. It helps build the roads, it helps build the schools, the sewage, and you could have a similar model here where AI companies are required to pay an impact fee, contribute enough to cover the cost or that they're kind of extracting from the communities where they're building those centers. That could be a model where you don't have to specifically build a power plant just for your AI data center, but you are offsetting the cost to the local community. I'd like to see more details about that, but that is a possible way you could structure that plan.
It goes to what we talked about in the pre-show, where this is an issue, particularly in a rural state where I live, that is very divisive within our own base.
Yeah.
Where the corporate sector wants these big time, and the everyday sector is like, listen, you're going to put this eyesore in my community and give those jobs to foreigners. Those are going to go to Indians, not to me and my kids. And so what is the incentive trade-off to these communities, like a lot of these rural places in Iowa where I live, to sign up for this? And so this was the first time, maybe he has done it before and I missed it, but a lot of the AI messaging from the White House has been from the industry side of things. And this was kind of the first time that I've heard him in a public setting discuss some of the outlying concerns and then what are the offsets for the average everyday American right now. This is the first time I've heard it anyway.
All right, next question. What do the Blaze commentators think about the ban from big companies purchasing single-family homes? Well, it's the love language.
Yes. One of my favorite moments. Again, it is so critical for conservatives to not pass on how difficult life has become for many Americans, especially young Americans, trying to start families. That's something Charlie Kirk talked about. It's so critical.
I mentioned in the pre-show as well.
Exactly.
It's so huge.
It's so important, and the Republican response in the past has always just been, well, figure it out, pull yourself out by your bootstraps. We don't need to address this issue. It's America. You can figure it out. And it's so critical that he recognizes the systemic issue attached to this. It's not that young people don't want a future. It's not that they don't want housing or that they don't want to work. It's that they know specifically corporations are working against their ability to do so. They are leveraging them out of the market through this tactic. So I think him speaking about that and showing that he cares about that is absolutely critical to keeping any kind of young vote in the Republican Party.
You act like we don't even have OnlyFans. I don't even understand. You're saying...
Speaking of young voters, I am actually getting the word that I am needed on the other.
No, you can't go.
The other side.
Okay.
I mean, that being said, I know how to get out of knots. I was in the Navy, so I just want to say thank you guys so much for having me here at the Blaze. This has been amazing. Did the show earlier. Arn came on. We made a lot of people mad, which is just always fun. And let's do it again.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Thanks for coming.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, guys.
Good to see you.
All right, thank you. Last question here. I think we're at Laura Liu, a Blaze subscriber. What are they? We're just like, I don't know, who are they writing these to? What do they think? The likelihood of discontinuing property taxes. God, I would love property. I mean, we're talking about housing affordability. I would love property tax to go away. I think, this was always a Glenn Beck point that it was the most immoral tax. It's something you already bought and they just keep taxing you on it forever. It's certainly in the running for that title. Do we really think that's going away? Any chance of that? I find that
This
hard
is
to
where
believe.
your state's going to be a big laboratory with this, because we saw Governor DeSantis was one of the few that was able to beat back the kill 'em all baby amendments because he put the full weight of his political capital behind stopping that on a statewide level in Florida in the last election. Well, he just had a State of the State address where he said, hey, this is going to be the final crowning achievement of my 2 terms before I get term limited out of here, is to end property taxes in Florida. And so I think this is going to be a real test case to see how this works around the country. You asked me about our governor race in my home state of Iowa earlier, Stu. This is something that is really being discussed because the candidate I'm behind, Adam Steen, used to be the COO of the Iowa. So, I mean, he made the trains run on time in the state. And so the other candidates he's running against are all saying, yeah, we're going to get rid of property tax. He's like, listen, I'd love to get rid of property taxes, but as governor, by law, I have to pass a balanced budget every single year by law. right? And so unless you guys want me to raise the sales tax, nobody wants. You want me to raise the income tax, nobody wants. Then start sending me a list of the massive state budget cuts you want to offset property taxes, because education's 52% of the state budget. Even if we made it 40, 45%, that still would not be enough. That'd be a massive cut, would still not be enough, right? And so I will be because one thing I know about Governor DeSantis is he doesn't propose things unless he thinks he can actually do them. And so I will be fascinated to see how, if he gets this done, how it actually works in the practicum.
And Steve, that's so important because, look, as a Florida property taxpayer, I can't wait to not pay it. Don't take me wrong here. However, I caught a lot of flack by being honest about this, which is, how do we replace those taxes? Because the truth is, and a lot of people aren't going to like this, but the property tax falls on the older generation, especially in Florida, because they own the property. And so anytime you shift that away, you're taking taxes off of older generations. They got to go somewhere. Who's going to pay them? It's going to be people who are younger. It's going to be Gen Zs. It's going to be millennials. Those are the people who are going to pay those taxes. People who are already feeling put upon by an economic system that they feel is rigged in favor of older generations. So you need to have a plan to make sure those people aren't paying through the nose, because it's not like Florida is exactly an explosive opportunity for young people anyway. So I think it is critical. I'm for the measure if we can pay for it and figure it out, but I do have serious concerns.
All right. Well, I mean, this has been a big night, a really interesting night. Hopefully you got something out of the coverage. And if you happen to be watching us on YouTube, we do this sort of stuff a lot. We try to talk about these big issues and have a bunch of people who have different perspectives to kind of come together and talk these things out in normal, sane, adult human ways. So in other words, not like the normal internet. We try to do that here because that's kind of what BlazeTV was built for initially. And we're still here plugging away, trying to make the country a better place. And we appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. We would love you to join us in the community as well. BlazeTV is a great community, a lot of great shows and hosts and different perspectives. Right now you can get $40 off your BlazeTV subscription if you use the promo code SOTU40. Say to the union, SOTU40. Go to blazetv.com/SOTU. Use the code SOTU40 and save that $40. I mean, you might as well pocket the 40. I mean, you're fine if you want to pay full price, you can do it. But instead, use SOTU40 and save yourself $40. It's been a great night, and I really appreciate your commentary. Steve Deace, our McIntyre, Jack Posobiec, Allie, Beth Stuckey was here, Sara Gonzales, Liz Wheeler. I think I named everybody. I don't know. Sorry if I forgot you. We had a lot of people on. It was a really fun night. And I think a good night for President Trump overall. So we will see how this plays out in the coming weeks. How do these proposals come to fruition? What is he able to do with them? What's the reaction of the American people? We'll, of course, be covering that on all of our shows. For everybody here at Blaze TV, thank you so much for joining us. Good night.